infringement issue. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. DJ Teflon. Teflon, we gotta do a set on here one of these mornings. A 15-minute set, but you're so busy traveling the world. Check out Teflon's YouTube channel, Teflon Travels. Yeah, you will find a lot of good information, great places to visit. If you're in UK, he finds those places that you can eat at. Tef, what's good? What's popping? What's that?
Yeah, so I'm driving. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay, yeah. You know what? This is the first time I've come on this live thing. I've never done it before.
Welcome. Happy to have you. Happy that it's with us.
Are you? Yeah. Are you not on Fanbase today?
No, I'll be here.
You're not on Fanbase?
No, I'll be here. Okay. This is where you'll find me for now, cool. At least.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good.
Sounds good to me too. But happy to have you here with you, my brother.
Yeah.
So keep on listening. Man. Thanks. RoSolo. What's your name?
Good morning. I'm here. I'm here. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You're on the road, or are you working in the home office today?
No, home office today, and in the office next week. The second week of every month.
Right.
So in the office next week. Hold on, let me make sure I'm presentable. Hold on.
Listen.
Hey, you look very summery today, very springy.
Yeah, this dress, I put on this little dress, which my mother bought for me about a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you wear the clothes and don't put them down and
because you won't wear them. She knows you.
Yeah.
You'll stay in your normal t-shirt. Okay, I hope I'm all right.
Yeah, you're good. My t-shirt, and jeans are t-shirt and tights, looking a little homeless most of the times. Yeah. It's all good.
I didn't say that.
I'm telling you, most of the time me look homeless and I'm okay with that. Keep it simple. I'm not a girly girl. Really,
you're not a girly girl. You're not a girly girl, but you look girlish today.
Girlish today. The flowers. I hope the flowers will lift someone's spirits.
Yes, it helps us anticipate spring, especially those of us dealing with cold weather and this bipolar weather. So yes, it will help us anticipate spring.
Yes. So, question: did you watch the No. Okay. All right. Neither did I.
I don't know what you're going to ask. This is my season to protect my peace. Any means necessary. So here what? Y'all voted for him. It's y'all's responsibility. I'm not taking on any baggage for anyone else because I have to do my own. I am not disturbing my peace. I had to, when I watched the conference or whatever you want to call it, the berating of the Ukraine president, that was it for me. I'm not doing anymore.
Okay, fair enough. You know,
About all the craziness.
I didn't watch it, so of course, I will get my updates from YouTube.
Yeah, no. And the constant, this bad. I can't. I really can't. Y'all voted for him. Y'all deal with it. I can't. It's not my responsibility. I'm trying to get my life together.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? So of course, my go-to on TikTok, to you have quite a few media outlets, of course, but
Right.
I caught a glimpse on TikTok. Somebody put up a post. The look on the judges' faces, they had this look on their face like, oh my gosh, what did we agree to?
Whatever. That's y'all's problem.
RoSolo said it's y'all's
Have you,
problem.
have,
Go ahead, Ted. Come on in. Come on in.
have you noticed? Have you noticed the same people that voted for him are the same people that have crying in the comments?
Yeah.
When you go to the comments, you see them crying, and it's the same people that voted for him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And there's have you spoken about the tariffs?
Listen,
the tariffs
we spoke about it yesterday. And what is interesting is a lot of people still don't understand how tariffs work, Teflon. They are hanging on to what he's saying.
That's what.
And I'm like, how illiterate can you be? I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. You know what? It was so shocking. It was so shocking to me. They still don't understand, and it's so obvious. It's not rocket science. They're going to give you guys a bill. You guys are going to pay that tariff. But they're saying that no. He said it's the other country that's going to pay for it. It's just so stupid.
It's almost like a cult.
My tea and mind my own business. I'm
yeah. You know what? Here's the thing,
Got nothing to do with me.
It has nothing to do with me. Here's the thing, Tef. Everybody was warned. We tried to educate people. Don't come to me now and crying. What do you want from me? I empathize, I sympathize, but it's not my basket to carry. We're all feeling the pain. We're all going to feel the pain. And you don't even have to grow up in business or know how business run. Just think, tariff is a tax. A tax is paid by whom? People. You think any business going to absorb the tariff cost? Nobody knows that, Brethren. We have to recoup that cost from somewhere, from somebody.
And this is just the beginning. It hasn't even started yet. There's going to be more things that's going to come. It hasn't. What has it been? 1 month, 4 weeks?
Too damn long.
Can you imagine? Like, this is just the beginning.
It's ridiculous, Teflon.
Good luck to you, man.
We knew what was coming. We knew exactly what was coming down the pipeline, and we are able to prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally, and we can get through. We are on phase, literally. And people might look at us and say, so, you're not going to feel it? Yes, we're going to feel it, but we know how to ride the storms of life. We know how to pivot. We know how to survive. That is not our problem. It's for you to figure out. I said this, Teflon, and I say this unapologetically. There were 2 things on the ballot this past election. 2 things: humanity and racism. Humanity and hate. That was it, point blank. And unfortunately, people chose hate.
Hate won. Hate won by a landslide. Unfortunately,
we are so stupid, and that's what I'm going to call us as people. We are stupid that we would rather uphold hate and suppress progression. We don't realize that we're all in the same boat. It's them versus us. We are not in the 1%. None of us is a part of the 1%. But yet we here fighting against each other, feeding into the nonsense. One group thinking they're better than another group. Cut us open, we all bleed red. When the whole of we dead, I will stand up in front of God. You think God going to separate we? And say, you go over there and you go over there? Listen, man, don't get me started this morning, Teflon. Don't get me started. We need to stop the foolishness. Racism needs to be gone away for good. It profits no one. It only brings hurt, decimation, degradation, destruction. Who show me one person who has truly benefited because of that and enabling it? Who? I don't stand for discrimination. I don't stand for racism. I don't stand for hatred. I don't. I believe we can all exist. We can all coexist. If we say we believe in God and that God is the creator of everything and everyone, why am I going to think that I'm better than you? I mean, I'm Jamaican, enough said, but still. Why am I going to think that I'm better than you? Morning, AT. Got AT over here with us on YouTube Live. Morning, YouTube Live. Thank you. Thank you. We have to, I'm over it. And the world is warning us that if we don't change our ways, and when I say the world, people from other countries are warning us, America, you got to change. Change the way you think. Change the way you operate. Rise above. Rise above it all. You're better than this. You can do better. The world is begging us to do better. But no, we don't want that. We don't want peace. We want problems. Come on, people. The change that we want to see in the world, the good that we want to see in the world, starts with all of us on an individual basis. And let me say this. We cannot be asking people for equality and equity and to treat us civilly, and we're not treating each other in the same fashion. It starts with us. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Plain and simple. If you don't want to be hated, don't hate. If you want to be respected, respect. When you're pointing one finger, guess what? 3 pointing right back at us. You better believe it. Right? So we can do better. We have it in us to do better. Let's do better. Let's stop the madness. Let us not encourage the madness. It has no place. Something, like I said, this last thing, and then we get into the headlines, the stories for today. Somehow we are show up at the doctor office every day, every week. Nothing wrong with we, You know what the problem is? There's poison and toxicity in our lives, in our hearts, and in our minds. And if we rid ourselves of the toxicity, the way we think and the way we behave, you will be surprised the improvement you will see in the quality of life. Have to a doctor officer what's wrong with you. Rid yourselves of the negativity that you allow to consume you. When you go to bed at night, you should be able to rest well. Not wake up in the morning wondering who you're going to attack, who you're going to drag down, who. I don't know how y'all do it, but I can't. I can't. It's a heavy basket to carry. Heavy, heavy basket to carry. All right. Well, unfortunately, AT saying on YouTube Live, unfortunately, some ideas and beliefs need to be deleted for change. I won't read the other part, AT, but I agree with you wholeheartedly on the other part. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So thank you for the soapbox moment, Tef. Thank you. Thank you to Tef Monroe with me on the stage, my co-mods over here on TikTok Live. Want to say thank you once again to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com, and of course, a big thank you to my YouTubers. Thank you for sharing. Let's keep that going. All right, so as always, we start in the Caribbean corner. And our first article of the day, let me close out Miss Angie Stone. All right, so first article of the day, Caribbean nations join PAHO's initiative to combat obesity crisis. We spoke about obesity yesterday in the Caribbean, and it's back in the news again. We do have an obesity problem globally, but anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. This one comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, is collaborating with 9 countries in the Americas, including 3 from the Caribbean: Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Panama. And this is in a robust initiative to tackle the region's alarming obesity rates. With the Americas holding the highest prevalence of overweight and obesity globally, the urgency for immediate action is more pressing than ever. According to PAHO, 67.5% of adults and 37.6% of children and adolescents aged 5 to 19 in the region are overweight or obese, significantly increasing the risk of non communicable diseases such as diabetes, heart disease, and certain cancers. Dr. Anselm Hennis, director of the Department of Non-Communicable Diseases and Mental Health at PAHO, emphasized the gravity of the situation, stating these numbers are alarming and they represent not just statistics, but millions of lives affected by chronic diseases. If we do not act decisively, preventable illnesses and premature deaths will continue to rise. The initiative builds on the WHO Acceleration Plan to Stop Obesity, which was approved at the 75th World Health Assembly back in 2022. Folks, we have to we have to make a change. We have to get a grip. It starts from an early age. If we think we're far gone, no, we're not. We can change our lifestyle. We can change our behaviors. Are we getting enough exercise? Are we choosing carefully the things that we're eating and drinking? Are we overindulging? These are things we have to pay attention to. Our lifestyle. Simple fixes. Nobody's asking you to go cold turkey. We're not asking that, but make baby steps. Take those baby steps until you're able to do a complete 180. I don't say 360 because 360 brings you right back to square one. So you want to be moving in the opposite direction. So you want to do a 180. If you're in the south, head north. If you're in the north, head south. But we have to change our behaviors. We have to change the way we view food. We have a love affair with food. And I'm saying we because I'm including myself. I have my weaknesses where food is concerned. I have a weakness for sweets, especially chocolate. I will overindulge. I have a weakness for rice. I will overindulge. And yes, rice becomes sugar in your body, you know. So there's certain, I love bread. When the bread hot out the oven and you slap that butter on it, okay, my mouth is watering. But I have to make a conscious decision to cut back. We have to be careful. The other thing I want to ask us to do, we're not body shaming. Don't body shame anyone. I will not condone that. But what I don't entertain is encouraging people to sit on social media with a table filled with food and they're just stuffing themselves for likes and taps, and then people are saying, yes, love yourself, don't worry about what people have to say. Do you really care about that person? You're telling them not to care what people have to say, and you can see that they are morbidly obese, and you're telling them continue. Don't you want them to be able to have a full life, to live at least to the life expectancy God promised us? Huh? We have to be careful how we encourage people. We got to be careful, folks. And when it comes to our children, you cannot give in to your children's every whim and fancy. Good eating habits, a good lifestyle starts at an early age, and it has nothing to do with having money. You take the little what you have, and you make the best choices. I have been in the supermarkets. I see some people carts packed overflowing. Me not see nothing healthy. Nothing. Everything is processed, pre-packaged, pre-prepared out of the freezer sections. Who we gonna blame? Other people? We have a choice. And if we as a community, we push back on what is made available to us, the suppliers will eventually have to change their behaviors. I know people will say, well, it's what they bring into our community. So they bring it to the community, you have to take part in it. Tell them, no, you don't want that. You value your well-being. You value your health. You value you and your community. Push back. And if everybody rejects the quote-unquote bad food and beverage that's brought into our communities, they will have to take them out. It is what it is. It's the truth. We feel we don't have any say. We feel we don't have control, but we do have control. And I'm going to say this, if we're going to indulge in, the bad things, let us do everything in moderation, not make it a daily thing. Morning, noon, and night. No, we have to do better, folks. We have to do better. Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, and Panama, alongside Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Uruguay, are leading the way in implementing this plan. Thank you, countries, for standing up. Thank you. All right, next article. We're still in the Caribbean corner. Jamaican-born nurse Dr. Sandra Lindsay launches new healthcare initiative in Jamaica. All right, let us get a read up on this one, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Oh, by the way, measles is on the rise. I'm not hearing enough about it being said on mainstream media. I don't know why we're downplaying this. I would appreciate if our, what's his name? RFK, what's that name? I would really appreciate if he would be more vocal. Show that him care. What's up, Georgia? Show that him care about what's going on. Measles has been detected here in South Florida. It is spreading all over the country, folks. We have to be careful. We have to be careful. Because clearly RFK doesn't care. Because I don't hear him talking about it. I don't hear any issuing from him and his camp about the necessary measures that need to be taken for people to protect themselves. But why would, then again, he's an anti-vaxxer. So, morning, good afternoon, Adesoji.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, yes. He has spoken. He said people should take the vaccine, but then again, it's a personal decision. But he has spoken.
Hold on. Did he say people must take the vaccine?
Yeah. He broke rank and said people should take the vaccine, but then he left it again to, I'm not saying he should mandate it, but the advice was not strong enough, because once you still give them a cop-out, people are likely to say, you know what, he still said we can go without. And so, yeah, he has come around, but maybe too little too late. Yeah.
What brought about that change? I'm wondering.
It was the severity of the cases in Texas.
Oh, was it Roland who reached out to him?
I don't think so much as Rolling. I think it was more like all of a sudden now you're hit with hard facts. And, it's one thing to stand on the sideline and pontificate about what you think is until you see what is. And then you're going to have to act accordingly. Unfortunately for those people, they don't have second dips. So hopefully they pass through. But again, the kind of irreparable damage that does to the skin and stuff like that, which is avoidable, but hey.
Adesoji, why are you sounding so husky for? Stop putting that voice on.
It wasn't for you. It wasn't for you.
It's for the list. Oh, by the way, By the way, folks, hold on a second. Hold on there. I hope me do that something. Yeah. Hold on, bear with me a little bit there. Bear with me. Um, by the Lord have mercy. Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to do it. Coming up later tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, YouTube Live, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge. Adesoji. You want to definitely get on that YouTube channel. Tonight, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge. And I'm going to pause the screen 1 second. Oops, hold on there. When I pause the screen and I can't still hear me, I don't even know. No, you can't hear me. Can't hear me.
You went blank.
Yeah, I went blank. I figured as much. All right, so a little patience with me, still trying to navigate and gain a proper understanding of how to use what you call it, TikTok. So I'm trying, folks. I want to change the green screen so that, you know what? Lord have mercy. Let me try something. Let me try something. If I go to settings, no, no, I can't do it. That's so. I don't know how to change the green screen. I'll figure it out. But tonight, Adesoji Speaks Live. You want to join him and Sister Aya. Tune in to watch him and Sister Aya tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern. Adesoji, why am I beating up myself? Morning, Sean. You go ahead and talk to us. Tell us, why am I killing myself? And you're the right answer.
Yes, yes, Sister Moments. Yes, we'll be doing another episode in the series Women and Resistance, and tonight is on Adesoji Speaks. Our focus of attention tonight would be the Red activist herself, Claudia Jones. And let's just say when you come tonight, you will hear more about Claudia Jones than, is out there. This woman is a woman of many parts, not least. Let me save it for tonight. So 7 p.m. Eastern, and on Adesoji Speaks YouTube Live, it would be myself and Sister Aya Fubera and Eli Esquire, and we'll be looking at the lives and times of Claudia Jones.
Looking forward to it, definitely. And before you go, because I know you have class later on, but before you go to class, I'm going to ask you to say it again, remind us again about the program. Yeah. Excuse me. So back to this article. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm distracted this morning. Adesoji, did you hear this? Did you listen to the show? Did you watch the circus last night?
Yes, I watched it in its entirety. It was, how can I say it? The gentleman never fails to impress.
Okay.
I thought I would be shocked, but...
He didn't disappoint?
He didn't disappoint.
Okay, all right.
You know, from... I don't even know what to mean. That guy is incredibly stupid. I'm sorry. That guy should not lead a nursery school classroom, no talk of run a country. That guy is I repeat, incredibly stupid. And then you had those two toadies behind him at almost on cue.
So this is what Britain thinks about us, folks. This is how, over there across the pond, they are worried for us.
Almost on cue, they get up and clap at the most stupidest. Exactly. Like a bunch of clapping seals. It's like, oh, the clown has bounced the ball on his head. Oh, clapping seals, get up. He was wild. To think, he then said something which was, I thought maybe he couldn't go any lower. He said, oh, the Americans consider me to be the best president. And guess who is number 2? George Washington. I'm like, what?
Is this, sorry, what that means? Is this the one where he was with Keir Starmer?
No, the State of the Union address last night.
Oh, okay. Because the only one I saw was when Keir Starmer gave him something to a letter.
We ain't gonna even talk about that one. We gonna just slide right on by that one because the social media is they have a lot of content about that one. Let's just put it lightly. But let's take a listen to this before we get into the article. Let's listen to that.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. And I also have a message tonight.
How the hell you gonna make Greenland people rich and we broke as heck right here? How are you gonna make the people of Greenland rich, but we are broke?
How are you going to take care of the people of Greenland when you cannot take care of your own? You cannot take care of your own people, the people within the country that you are supposed to be taking care of. You can't take care of them. So you want another country to believe that you have the capacity or even care, because the fact is you don't care. Whatever you're saying, you don't care about the people of Greenland. You don't.
Go ahead, RoSolo. Your mic closed up.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
You don't care about the people of Greenland. You don't care about the people of the United States. You don't care about anyone. You care about your pockets. And you care about power. You can't take care of the people here in the US. No one's expecting you to take care of people in other countries. It's like Adesoji said, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
In other news, people in the States are cheering that English is now the official language when 54% of them can't even tell the difference between THEIR, THEY apostrophe RE, and THERE.
I mean, you're even getting technical. The working example of the, what's the word I'm looking for now? Gross incompetence when it comes to proficiency in English language is the guy that stood at that podium yesterday and he was talking.
Oh, I think which one? Him, Mike, and the hot mic session. That one.
Yes.
I think I have it here. Hold on. Let me go on top though. Let me look back for it. I think I have it here.
When he said he was going to look out for the people of Greenland. The people of Greenland, I mean, I don't want to underestimate their population. They will not be as many as the people in Washington, D.C. Have you been to Washington, D.C. before?
Yeah.
The number of homeless people in there.
The number of homeless people right in a wealthy part of Washington, D.C.
Literally the next thoroughfare from the White House. Mm-hmm. Literally the next, like, that's I'm pointing at the White House. The road.
Yeah, I know exactly where you're talking.
The next one to it. Mm-hmm. If you see the amount of homeless people there, and you're talking about you want to take care of it.
Witnessed it in 2023 when I had to go up that side. Witnessed it. And I remember, excuse me, it was me and one of my sons. We went up there, and my brother lives up that side. So one of my son, one of his friends moved there. One of his high school friends moved there, he and his wife. So we went to visit them. And as we are going, I'm like, hold on, isn't that the White House right there? What's going on? What's this right here? So you're telling me that every day the people them drive past, going to the White House or working in the environs, and them not see them as homeless people and feel so them need to do something about it? See to it that they are taken care of? Them
That's
look
when,
out.
yeah, that's when you know you have an incompetent oaf pretending to be a leader. Hey, the guy is morally bankrupt. I mean, that speech yesterday, I was watching, I was like, oh my God. If you've ever heard lie after lie after lie, fabrication. I mean, I'm being facetious now when I even call it a fabrication. Sometimes it's even imagine, okay, like he said, oh, he pointed at the Democrats. These people here will not even cheer for me if I came up with a cure for but you've not come up with a cure. If you've not done anything tangible, you've been there now for 3 months. Oh, and then he said something about the price of groceries. I was like, who is talking to? Well, what do I know? I'm not an American, sir. I'm sorry.
But it's interesting to get your perspective, right? Because here in the US, a lot of people are oblivious to what's going on around the world. They're not cognizant of how the world sees us in this present time. Oh, somebody do me a favor. How do I send James the link? James is asking for the link for TikTok. Oh, Jesus, hold on a second. Let me figure this out real quick. Hold on, James. Hold on.
If he follows you, you should see it on the top bar.
I think he
I'll send it to him.
Yeah, I think he just joined TikTok. Tef. I think he just joined. And
I'm sending it.
Okay, let me let him. Hold on. Let me text him in. Send it to him. You follow him on IG.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna send it to him.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let me let him know that you're gonna send it to him. Okay, bear with me, folks. Okay. All right. I just sent him the thing. Yeah. So I don't know. But it's a lot of madness going on, and we'll see how it falls. I'm just waiting for these 4 years to get by really quick, really quick. Okay, hold on 1 second, folks.
I sent it to him, and I'd also sent him on Friday, so he probably didn't realize I sent it to him.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, RoSolo. Appreciate you. But all right, let's.
You heard what the Supreme Court said?
What the Supreme Court said? Adesoji, I did not watch it.
No. The Supreme Court just released a ruling this morning stating that the USAID must honor all its foreign aid promises. Yep. So if you think you've shut something down, you better switch it back on again. That's the Supreme Court speaking.
Come true, James. James made it. Thank you, RoSolo. James, I sent you an invite. I want to tell him how to accept the invite for me, please, on tongue. I think I sent him the invite.
You just click the he'll come up. Just click the button. You'll see it.
Remember, he's new to TikTok, so you have
but his English language is say accept.
Okay,
it's a big button. It says join.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Why not on a rough one, mister?
Okay, sorry.
Why? I saw them anger me rough sometimes. Oh, Lord.
State of the Union.
The Union, yes.
It's the State of the Union, indeed. Lord of mercy. All right. Let's get back to this. We're going to be talking about it a little later on in the show when we get to the segment Stories Out of North America. But for now, by the way, Adesoji, Greenland's population is 56,865. And that is as of 2023 per the World Bank.
Exactly. So Washington, D.C. even dwarfs it. But you can't take care of the people in Washington, D.C. And then you want to take on. You've not even taken care of the people in Puerto Rico.
Hey. Stop right there, sir. Make us get our facts right. There are certain things we have to pay attention to. The people of Greenland, okay, he said he accepted, but it didn't work. Y'all help James for me.
If he accepts, then there is almost a countdown where he should then press the red button again, which asks whether audio or video. Then he, taps on the red bar that comes across the bottom of the screen, and he should be in.
All right, I figured out how to send you the invite again, James. I just sent it to you. So follow suit. Come on, we need it on the stage. Yeah, so remember Adesoji, Puerto Rico, Haiti. What are the faces of the homeless that you saw up there in Washington? Do I need to go on? Okay. All right.
The right complexion.
Okay. Okay. There we go. So we don't need to scratch our heads, tear our hair out, and all of that. We're all equal, but some are more equal than others. Nasa. All right, Dr. Sandra Lindsay, the Jamaican-born nurse, known worldwide for being the first in the United States to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, is stepping up her efforts to support healthcare in her homeland with a new initiative. In a recent Instagram post captioned, "One Quokka Full Basket, Strengthening Healthcare One Step at a Time," Dr. Lindsay shared her journey of giving back to Jamaica by leading surgical missions and forming strategic healthcare partnerships. Through the support of Northwell Health and the dedication of healthcare professionals, both in Jamaica and the United States, Dr. Lindsay has spearheaded the Jamaica to New York series. The initiative, which she emphasized is more than a typical medical mission, aims at creating a sustainable impact by working alongside local healthcare providers to deliver care, share knowledge, and enhance medical capabilities in Jamaica. So far, we have performed 20 life-changing surgeries, but the impact extends far beyond the operating room, Dr. Lindsay wrote. The surgeries have transformed the lives of women who were previously isolated, unable to work, and struggling. And the struggle, of course, is economically due to debilitating medical conditions. The initiative has enabled them to regain independence and return to their communities with renewed hope. Dr. Lindsay, who serves as Vice President of Public Health Advocacy at Northwell Health in New York, highlighted the importance of collaboration with Jamaica's Ministry of Health and local healthcare providers. She expressed gratitude to the healthcare professionals who volunteered their time and expertise, describing the effort as a shared mission to build a stronger healthcare system for Jamaica. All right, so we applaud her, and with her impactful initiatives, Dr. Lindsay continues to use her platform to advocate for equitable healthcare access and inspire a new generation of healthcare leaders, both in Jamaica and abroad. So, congratulations. Congratulations indeed. All right. Okay, next up, World Bank approves $192 million to boost Jamaica's economy and disaster readiness. This article, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. The World Bank has approved a $192 million package to help Jamaica strengthen its economy and better prepare for natural disasters. The funding will support projects aimed at boosting private sector growth, streamlining trade, and improving disaster response systems. It also includes a special option that allows Jamaica to access emergency funds quickly in case of a disaster. Over the past decade, Jamaica has made significant strides in reducing its public debt to GDP ratio, reaching a record low of 73.3% by the end of 2023 to 24 fiscal year, the lowest in 25 years. However, the country continues to face challenges such as slow economic growth, a high rate of informal employment, and vulnerability to natural hazards. The impact of Hurricane Beryl in July 2024 underscored the urgent need for enhanced disaster preparedness measures. I'm a little confused. How is it that on one hand we're hearing that we're good, we're solid, but this is saying something different. Who can tell us what's really going on with Jamaica's economical growth, with the economic growth? Who can tell us how we really stand? This $192 million, I'm curious, is it a loan? Is it a grant? Is it a hold on, let me dig a little deeper, because I hope it's not a loan. Hold on, bear with me, folks. Let me go down, look further into the article. Let me go look further. So, okay, last paragraph. The project will be financed by the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, a branch of the World Bank that assists middle income and credit-worthy poorer countries. Of the total $192 million, $150 million will be provided as budget support, while $42 million will be allocated to the catastrophe deferred drawdown option, which offers immediate liquidity in the aftermath of a disaster. Additionally, technical assistance for disaster risk management reforms will be funded through a grant from the European Union Resilient Caribbean Program. Okay, so that is separate. So 150 million is going to be provided as a budget support, 42 million allocated to the catastrophe deferred drawdown option. I'm still not hearing if those two are grants or loans. I don't know what them sound like. Not sure what it sound like at all. Let me see if we can dig a little deeper into this one. All right, you know what I'm wondering? Adesoji. So, well, we're all new to this, right? We're all figuring this TikTok thing out. So, I wonder if the reason James wasn't able to come in was because I didn't follow him back. So I just followed him back. I wonder if that will make a difference.
Well, let's see. It's a new playground.
And just like we learned all the other platforms before, we will learn this one and we will master it and we will conquer it, right?
Yeah, true. Like riding a bicycle. You get up, you bruise your knee, you get on riding again.
Hold on one second. Let me send him a quick message. Bear with me, folks. Woo, put my coffee cup out of my way and send this to him. Send him a message. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. Whoops. Y'all hearing my fingers on this thing? Okay. All right. So, all right, James, if you're listening, try again. And I sent you the invite again. Let's see if you're able to, if we can get you up on the stage. All right. So let's keep it moving. So as I was saying, I don't know if that money is a loan. I hope it is not, because we have enough debt. And why are we going for more loans if, from my understanding of what Andrew Holness has said, we are in a good position? So I don't know.
The International Bank for Reconstruction does not give grants.
Okay, let me drink coffee.
So read that what you mean.
Okay. So question. What's up, Ozzy? What's up? All right, James, send the invite again. Try and see. All right. So you know, them say if you're not nothing good for say, don't say nothing at all. I'm going to put that into practice. I am going to put that into practice and behave myself.
There is no free lunch where as far as the International Bank for Reconstruction is concerned. Sorry.
Boy, you just double down on that thing, Adesoji. Buenos dias, Azzy. Go with that. Boy,
If
just
anybody,
eh?
if anybody is expecting a free lunch, probably you're looking in the wrong corner.
Okay. All right. Okay. Lord of mercy. Urgents, be quick panic. Me send you the invite again. Quick, quick, quick. Draw a quick panic. Hurry up and get in. I think it's time sensitive. All right. So moving right along. Next article: Jamaica implements visa waiver for Dominican Republic visitors. Nothing wrong with that because a lot of Jamaicans head on over to the DR to vacation because I'm gonna tell you, say it is cheaper to vacate in the DR than it is to vacate in Jamaica. Can you imagine? That no, me not like that at all. Not like that at all at all. So AT says here on YouTube Live, it's to keep Jamaica in debt. If Jamaica is not careful, the whole island will belong to foreigners. Jamaica needs an export or two to boost its economy. Boy, AT, we talk about that so much. We talk about that so much. I know Jamaica is hot girl upon the block. I don't know why it needs to be so expensive to go to. I don't know why it's so expensive for Jamaicans to vacation in Jamaica. That's counterproductive if you ask me. I click on it and it still didn't work. Me don't know. Listen, what the people them don't want air James Stark. The people them don't want to air James Stark. He said he clicked on it. Does he need to change anything in his settings, Adesoji?
Not that I know of. It's pretty straightforward.
Pretty,
You look
yeah.
on and
Because I know some phones, if you have to change your settings, you have to give permission to your mic and all these things. You know?
Well, I mean that comes as standard. If he has used it on what's it called on the other platform, he should be able to. He should be able to use it.
Yes,
Yeah.
once it says to join, you set up your camera and your if you want your camera on, if you want your mic on, you can use a background. So once he clicks the accept the join button, it should give him the option to turn on his mic and stuff.
Yeah. All right, just we figure it out. No worry yourself. I gotta figure it out. Thank you, RoSolo. Thank you, Adesoji. All right, so back to this article. Jamaica implements visa waiver for Dominican Republic visitors, courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Visitors from the Dominican Republic can now travel to Jamaica without a visa for stays of up to 180 days. Hey, how much months that, Ro? 6 months then?
Yes, ma'am. 6
Okay.
months.
And this is following the implementation of a visa waiver that took effect on February 4. The move is aimed at simplifying travel between the two Caribbean nations and fostering deeper cultural and economic ties. Minister of Tourism Edmund Bartlett hailed the visa waiver as a significant step towards enhancing inter-Caribbean travel. This visa waiver represents our commitment to breaking down barriers to inter-Caribbean travel by creating a more interconnected region. By facilitating easier movement between our countries, we're opening doors to new tourism opportunities that benefit both destinations, from cultural exchange to greater economic benefits. The Jamaican government's decision comes in response to previous appeals from the Dominican Republic to lift visa restrictions. Dominican Republic Ambassador to Jamaica, Angie Martinez, welcomed the initiative, calling it a historic milestone in relations between the two nations. All right, I'm here for it. Do nothing. We like to complain about the folks of the DR, but um the integration, the interaction may help them to think differently. Let me put it that way, right? May help them to view themselves differently, may help them to shed the colonial mindset, right? Because they do carry and wear the emblems of colonialism proudly on their chests. It's, what can I say? to acknowledge their roots and the truth of their roots, and recognize that at the end of the day, geographically, we're all the same. Foods are similar. So, hey, geographically, we are all the same. Our ancestors, some of our ancestors, I should say, not all, some of our ancestors all came from the same place. So, this may be through this cultural exchange, it might be an awakening. And I'm here for that. I'm here for that, right? We're all here to learn. We're all here to learn, and with learning, to do better. To do better. All right. I must say this part, the travel between the two Caribbean nations soared by a record breaking 1,600% between 2022 and 2024. While the number of travelers between the two nations was virtually non existent in 2020, the figures surged to 3,300 passengers in 2022. By June 2024, this number had already exceeded 58,000. The visa waiver is expected to further stimulate growth in tourism and business exchanges, solidifying the partnership between Jamaica and the Dominican Republic. Folks in high school, I'm going to encourage you, if you are in grades 7 to 9, when you get to your ninth grade year and you are selecting your subjects, your core subjects that you're going to be doing in grades 10 and 11 in fourth and fifth form, I'm going to strongly encourage you, recommend that you make Spanish a part of your curriculum. You're going to need it. You're going to need it. May I tell you, me see it on the horizon. And if any of you are desirous of working in the tourism industry, it suits you to have Spanish as a second language. Beginner level, intermediary, just to even to be able to say simple things. You don't have to know be a professional, right? You just want to be able to start off with the basics, just the basics, being able to exchange greetings and courtesies, yeah, and pick up on little things. Of course, we understand there are dialects within the language of Spanish. Accents are different. A Cuban sounds different from a Puerto Rican, sounds different from a Dominican. Dominicans are the toughest ones to understand. You have to ask them to speak slower, because when they speak, they kind of sound like the Trinis, am I right, RoSolo, the sing song, and them go really fast when they're talking, and they use broken Spanish, if you want to call it that. But learn Spanish, folks. That's all I can say to you. Learn Spanish. Do not isolate yourselves. Do not miss out on promising opportunities. What we don't want is for Jamaica to say they can't find qualified people in Jamaica to work within the tourism sector. Yeah, I'll just say that for now. It is what it is. It's a sign of the times. Things are changing. We are opening up our borders. We're welcoming everyone. Learn a second language. Next up, Saint Lucia. You're on the main stage. Gotta learn Caribbean Spanish dialects, not just standard Spanish. Exactly. I'm glad you said that, Ozzy. Standard Spanish is for written communication, or if you are going to be in professional settings. And when we say standard Spanish, we're talking like how you have the Queen's English, the Queen's Spanish, right? This is proper Spanish. Latin American Spanish is a little different from the European Spanish. It is a little different. But important point. I'm glad you raised that, Ozzy. Yes, there is a difference. And since you're in Latin America, familiarize yourself with conversational Spanish for Latin America. All right? Okay. Don't be overwhelmed by it. Don't be at all. So, according to St. Lucia Times, and we are Dong Pande Ball Field or Dong Pande Field in our sports news segment inside the Caribbean Corner. According to St. Lucia Times.com, awards season continues for St. Lucian track sensation, national hero, and world and Olympic champion Julian Alfred, who is one of 6 Paris 2024 gold medalists. Among the nominees for the prestigious Laureus World Sports Awards, which have recognized excellence in international sport for the last quarter century. Along with fellow sprint champion Letsile Tebogo of Botswana, Alfred has been nominated for the Laureus World Breakthrough of the Year award. The 23-year-old from the Monkey Town community in Cicerone won a first ever Olympic gold for St. Lucia, while Botswana celebrated its first Olympic gold thanks to Tebogo's men's 200-meter win. Alfred also charted new territory for St. Lucia at the World Indoor Championships, where she snatched gold in the women's 60-meter dash. She ended 2024 with the Wanda Diamond League 100-meter crown, confirming her as one of the fastest women ever. Now, God said, pick up yourself, St. Lucia. I'm proud of you, St. Lucia. St. Lucia, step up. Other countries, a particular country, north, west of St. Lucia, that sits in the Greater Antilles, right under Cuba, next to Haiti. Yeah. You notice? First Olympic gold medal, and guess what? What status she get right away? Eh? What status she get right away? But we are fight down people in Jamaica. We don't want honor them. We don't think them worthy of being 3-time Olympic medalists. We don't want to put them on pedestal because in our minds we don't think they are good enough. Is that it? I don't want to think that's what it is. But imagine Julian Alfred, first gold medal from the island of St. Lucia. National hero. So what I'm doing in Jamaica? What's wrong with us? Has any of our athletes gained that notoriety? None. None. They're not getting to none away. Not me. Them. Look at what's her name. Riri. She alive. And she got what is her honor in Barbados? National hero?
National hero and cultural ambassador, I think. Something like that.
Okay. So want to win at Jamaica. What's wrong with us? She was national hero of Barbados for music. For her music. Because she helped to put Barbados, Barbados was already on the map, but she brought more recognition to the island of Barbados. And they were able to give her national hero status. Also appointed an ambassador for her home country. And that appointment was done in 2018. Bob Marley dead and gone how long? I only know one get the man national hero status. The most known Jamaican. No politician is known like Bob Marley. You go to some of the most remote parts of this world and you tell them you're from Jamaica. Okay, James, hold on. You tell them you're from Jamaica. They say, where? And you say, you know Bob Marley? Oh, yes. They never know Jamaica, they know Bob Marley. But we refuse to give it, I sent it, James. We refuse to give him the notoriety he deserves. Why are we doing that? Adesoji, did His Majesty say we can't give it to him? I'm going to assume it's His Majesty over there in the UK, since we are still a part of the Commonwealth and we still have a Governor General. It has to be that it's coming from an external body that is telling us we cannot grant the two people, especially. I know some people are rooting for Louise Bennett, the Honorable Louise Bennett. But let us start with Bob Marley, because Bob Marley bigger than Louise Bennett. And I ask you, I tell you, bigger than both. But we don't want to bestow it. The man dead and gone. The man not trouble nobody. The man was a champion for peace and unity. The man was he had to be a prophet, in my opinion. The man prophesied things through music. The man motivated through music, not just in Jamaica, globally. His music still resonates today. And a man can get status. But look at this. I'm proud of you, St. Lucia. All it took was for Julian Alfred to earn one medal at the Olympics. And our country lift her up, high up in the sky. Recognize her. Celebrate her. I don't talk. I don't beat up. I don't beat you, Jamaica. I don't beat you no bad this morning. Let's keep it moving. Yes, I'm proud of my island, and no can't take that away from me. Proud of my island, but we have to do better. We have to. We have to do better. All right. So I do have a video I want to play before I uploaded the short on YouTube, on Coffee and Toes YouTube channel. I invite you to check it out and leave your comments, your thoughts. But I want to play it here, and I would love to hear from Una what Una think about it. Oh Lord. Where is it? Where is it? Where you there? Where you there? Where you there? Okay, let's take a listen.
It's an island of Curacao. The absolute best food in the Caribbean is an island of Curacao. To me, the most relaxing island in the Caribbean has to be St. Lucia. The family playground of the Caribbean islands is Turks and Caicos. The island with the most adventure has got to be Jamaica. Overall, if I had to pick an island right now with the best experience from an island point of view, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Do we agree or disagree? I need to listen again. Make me listen again. Okay,
the absolute best food in the Caribbean is an island of Curacao.
So let me pause that. The absolute best food in the Caribbean is Curacao. I can't agree or disagree. I've never had anything to eat in Curacao. Anybody can say yay, nay. Whether on YouTube Live, put the comment in the chat. On TikTok, put the comment in the chat. I don't know. What do they, you know, something? Let me head on over to Google. Curacao. Food. And Curacao is a part of the Dutch Antilles. They are part of the ABC Islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. Beautiful island, I will tell you that. So let's go on here. Food. Curaçaoan food blends Caribbean and European flavors. Popular dishes include seafood, stuffed cheese, and street food. So let's talk about their seafood. Raw herring, a popular dish made by salting and ripening frozen herring, similar to an anchovy. That sounds like our red herring that we use in Jamaica, that we eat in Jamaica. That we use. If you're familiar with Solomon Agondi, not familiar with that, that has to be similar to that. Fish tacos served with many different types of fish. Okay. mussels and clams, fresh shellfish found throughout the island, shrimp, a common ingredient in many local dishes. Now, let us talk about their stuffed cheese. Keshi Yena is the name of their stuffed cheese dish. It's a baked dish made with stuffed cheese, spiced meat, olives, raisins, and onions. Okay, I've had the Spanish version of that. I've had the Spanish version of that. Another twist to that, I don't know if you all have that eat this over there in the UK, but I want to believe it's a dish out of the United Kingdom, Adesoji, shepherd's pie. There are different variations of shepherd's pie.
Very much so.
Okay. All right. So Keshiena is a shepherd's pie, but with the shepherd's pie, we use potatoes. We mash the Irish potatoes. Thank you, RoSolo. Yes, tap up the screen, folks. I keep forgetting to encourage everybody on TikTok to tap up the screen. Yesterday, we accomplished the goal. Well, we exceeded the goal of 10,000 likes. Come on, we're slacking today, RoSolo. We're slacking. All right. We're slacking. As he said, shepherd's pie can be either really amazing or complete trash. Yeah. People have, yeah. So the stuffed cheese dish, it's a baked dish made with stuffed cheese, spiced meat, olives, raisins, and onions. Their street food is pastiches, savory pastries filled with meat, cheese, or vegetables. That sound like what? What that sound like? Patty. Not true.
Patsy.
Or if you are Latino, empanada. I remember I got teaching us something. Jamaica, I know we originate patty. That's what I couldn't know. We're not the originators of patty. Don't beat me. Do your research. But anyway, um, so pastiches, savory pastries filled with meat, cheese, or vegetables. Grilled skewers, a delicious bite from the street food scene. What you call in the VI we have pate. Okay, Ozzy. What you call it in teach me the other day the name for it. Ghana, the meat on the skewer. Suya. All right. I'm doing this intentionally because what I want us to recognize is that at the end of the day, if you're in Latin America, when I say Latin America, I'm also including the Caribbean. You'll recognize that the foods are very similar, just little twists here and there, right? Just a little twist here and there. A little replacement of spices and herbs because it depends on what we have available and what we have access to. But we all eat the same things. We just give them different names, even the fruits. Okay, next up, truki pan sandwiches, hearty food from the night food trucks. Other dishes, arepa di pampuna, pumpkin pancakes, arepa, corn cakes. We have bami that we use cassava, very similar. So they use pumpkin to make their cakes. In Jamaica, we have bami, and in the Latinos have corn cakes. What can I say? You see the similarity? Next up, papaya stoba, which is a papaya stew. Never heard about a papaya stew. So that would be interesting. Sopi de banana, which is a plantain soup. They have jambo, giambo, okra soup. Adesoji, them have okra soup. We don't have okra soup in Nigeria, right?
Of course. Yeah. So you just have to turn up with our swallow.
Okay, TD. So listen, folks, based on what I just read, we are all one people. Everything has a foundation. All our meals are African influenced. Every single country in the Caribbean. I may talk Cuba, Jamaica, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, the ABC Islands, Cayman Islands, and then head on east, all the islands in the Caribbean. Everything, the foundation is in Africa. And that should tell us something, right? Adesoji? There is truth in history.
Very
Not
much
all of
so.
it, but a lot of it.
Very much so. I mean, there are lines. Unfortunately, the people that try to blow said lines are the ones that are benefiting from the disunity. So it speaks volumes.
Mhm, mhm. Guess what them have to? If you're Jamaican, you know this. Wash. You know what wash is? Who knows what wash is? What we call wash in Jamaica. Lemonade made with brown sugar. Them have that over there, so. Yeah. Lemonade made with brown sugar. All right. So I don't know if Curacao has the best food. Um, Adam may know. Adam is Jamaican. He is one of the owners of Sandals, the Sandals group of companies. He has hotels all over the place. He's well traveled, so I'm sure his palate is well, what's the word I should use, Adesoji? Um,
Well curated.
yes, thank you. I knew I could rely on you. Well curated palate.
It's a language after all. Don't worry.
You see, we're still struggling over here with English because they took our tongue from us, our mother tongue from us. Or in some of us case, we have so many different languages. But anyway, so I don't know if Curacao has the best food, and I'm not gonna attack him and say no. I saw some James says just promoting the hotels. I saw some comments where people are saying, I've never heard anybody say they want Curacao on food. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna jump in. I'm not gonna jump on that bandwagon and tear down another country whose culture I cannot speak to. I can't say yeah or nay. But let's listen to this other part of it. Uh, where is the
Most relaxing island in the Caribbean has to be St. Lucia.
most relaxing island? Do you agree, Saint Lucia? I mean, the pictures look very nice, I must say. Where Julie there? Julie should be on YouTube live here to say yes or no, because that's her country.
No, I would say that St. Lucia is a relaxing island. I don't know if it's the most because I haven't been to all of the islands. But once I am able to travel, and I've traveled to all the islands, I'll let you know. But St. Lucia is one of the nicer islands that I visited. I'll say that.
All right. Teflon said I thought it was Antigua. All right, let's listen again to
Of the Caribbean islands, it's Turks and Caicos. The island with the most adventure, it's gotta be Jamaica. Overall, if I had to pick an island right now with the best experience from an island point of view, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
all right, SVG, pick up yourself. What I don't want us, and it's part of who we are, it's a part of our culture. We rep our countries hard, and we don't like to hear that we're not the best. We don't like to hear that we're not number one in any category whatsoever. But let us be gracious, right? Let us be kind, let us be spirited. It's one Caribbean, right? We're going to applaud and recognize. James, you're gonna leave Adam alone. James said that's because the new hotel is in SPG. James, I mean, come on, give him a break. Give him a break. Here's what we need to do. RoSolo, I agree with you. Until we have gone to every single island, and not just for a day or two, but we need to spend at least 1 week in each island, and then talk about our experiences, not being in a hotel enough, not being in an all-inclusive. Get out there into the streets. Well, James, you have been to a few islands. What you think? Put it in the chat. Put your comment in the chat because you have been to quite a few islands. We want to know what your thoughts are. Teflon says Antigua is very relaxing. Yeah. I'm going to say big up on yourself, one Caribbean, right? One Caribbean. Okay, time for stories out of Latin America. Las noticias. Let me tell you something. DR, I don't know what going over there, son, but DR is definitely a hub. According to Caribbean.loopnews.com, the National Directorate of Drug Control, DNCD, announced a major drug interdiction on Tuesday, reporting the seizure of 548 packages of illicit substance through a joint operation with the Navy and Air Force along the coasts of Pedernales Province. Pedernales Province. Forensic analysis by the National Institute of Forensic Sciences confirmed that the total weight of the seized illicit substance, 564,665 kilograms, or 1,245,175 pounds. Two Dominican Republic nationals have been arrested and are currently in custody, having been caught aboard a speedboat south of Beata Island with the packages. Why? All the busts. James said Bermuda. Okay. James said and James is saying Bermuda being the best island in the Caribbean overall. Okay, so yes, we appreciate the crackdown. We do know that the Caribbean, the islands are used as a transshipment point. Lately, I want to say in the past 6 months at least, we've been hearing about quite a few interdictions when it comes to the DR, whether it's at ports, the airport, shipping ports, speedboats. Yeah. We're being used heavily in the Caribbean. And you know something? People indulge in illicit activity because they look at it as a means to an end. I don't think I've ever heard anybody get up and say, yes, so that I wonder when we grow up. Probably, I don't know. Never heard anyone say it. I've heard people say they went that route because they had to feed their family or they have to survive. It's not what they wanted to do. And once they got in, they thought they were just going to be there temporarily, but they got sucked into it and got accustomed to the lifestyle it afforded them. Some folks, and let us also be honest, some folks are there by force because of threats. You know, they make that choice because they don't want anything to happen to themselves or their families. So they are coerced, putting it lightly, and agree to go against their better judgment and their moral compass and become servants of that trade. You know, there are many of them have said they want to get out. They want to get out of it, but it's so hard for them to get out. You know. Oh boy. All right. Next up, Hong Kong firm sells Panama Canal ports to BlackRock amid Trump pressure. Please tell me this ain't so. Please tell me this is not so. Who owns BlackRock? Oh boy. BlackRock is owned by many individual and institutional investors and is not owned by a single person or a company. Institutional investors are the Vanguard Group, a US based asset management firm that is BlackRock's largest shareholder, State Street Corp, a major institutional shareholder, Bank of America, a major institutional shareholder, Temasek Holdings, a Singapore state-owned conglomerate, individual investors, BlackRock employees, including founders and long-term employees, are the individual investors who typically own far fewer shares than institutional investors. BlackRock itself is a shareholder in itself, as the company is the second largest institutional shareholder. It was founded in 1988 by Larry Fink and 7 partners. It went public in 1999. BlackRock is publicly owned with no single majority stockholder. The company's board of directors is made up primarily of independent directors. So let's go ahead and get into this article, courtesy of semaphore.com. A BlackRock-led consortium has agreed to a $22.8 billion deal to buy two major Panama Canal ports owned by a Hong Kong-based conglomerate amid intense pressure from United States President Donald Trump over alleged Chinese interference in the critical trade route. C.K. Hutchinson's co-managing director said the deal was purely commercial in nature and wholly unrelated to recent political news reports concerning the Panama ports. Nevertheless, the sale is a victory for Trump, the Financial Times noted. The president has repeatedly suggested the U.S. could take the canal back, citing national security concerns. The waterway is controlled by Panama, but the ports at either end are privately owned. This deal brings two ports at either entry to the canal under U.S. ownership. The BlackRock-led group will acquire a 90% stake in current owner C.K. Hutchinson's subsidiary that operates the two ports. This is according to a BlackRock statement on Tuesday. Morning, just says, CIT families, this is still not syncing to my phone. I don't know why. James says that's going to be bad for North America. What are your thoughts on this, Adesoji? Let me pick your brain on this. And for everyone here with us on TikTok, please don't forget to tap up the screen. Our goal for likes today is 10,000. Again, let's see if we can accomplish that goal. Soji, you can talk. How do you feel about this?
Well, this is what is known as unbridled capitalism. BlackRock is one of the largest, what do they call them again? Venture capitalists in the world. And they're also one of the largest landowners in the world. And so when you're now using a private company as essentially a state arm to go after the assets of other countries, making seem it as a business plan model is neocolonialism on steroids. On steroids.
I mean, for those of us who pay attention, we see it, right?
Yes, very much so. The guy who owns it, or one of the principal owners, what's his name again? Prince. His first name escapes me now. He used to be, okay, so he used to go around the world with a gun and help keep places or keep functionaries, important people that the US military cannot protect. He used to protect them. So he was like a hired hand. He was a mess. Eric Prince is his name. So a couple of years, not a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, he came out with a statement that for the failing African countries, if they cannot control themselves, it might be best for them to go in and settle the place, you know, sort of doing regime change like they did in Iraq. So back to the question of BlackRock, which is what he represents, is it's not a good look for the United States with that oaf in charge who considered himself, anytime he speaks, he thinks he's saying the best thing since Shakespeare. And we know what Shakespeare sounds like. It doesn't sound like someone who is inebriated, someone who clearly doesn't know their Q's from their R's, from their T's, from... The guy is just everywhere. And the irony is, people are going to suffer. People are going to suffer. So what he thinks to be like a get back at people idea is just punishment for people. Just punishment. I yield.
Agreed, Adesoji. So in the chat, James says BlackRock is also buying out all the properties in America and Canada.
Yeah, essentially they want to make people renters.
Yes, they want to turn everyone into a renter.
Renter. So it's because you know how the problem emanated. And this is it. You see a vicious circle. when you vote for the billionaires, what's the first thing billionaires do? They essentially try as much as possible to play the system. And when they play the system, they would say, reduce our taxes, right? So you reduce their tax. Now, what happens to that tax? After, like somebody said, after 50 million, everything else you get after that is redundant. Doesn't have any difference to you whatsoever. Doesn't add any difference to your life whatsoever.
Right.
Even to the next generation. So now you have surplus money. You don't know what to do with it. What these guys will do is start competing with people who don't have as much as they have. Because simply they want to control. That is what BlackRock is doing. They have so much surplus money, don't know what to do with it. Guess what? Let's buy our property. Yeah? So they buy up the property. The little kids coming out of college won't have a place to go. They would end up being renters. And what happens with rent is the fact that somebody is now controlling your rent, in your country where you don't even have any sort of control in place. They're just going to be, exploiting these kids until whoever comes. But, it's how the system is built. And then the rules or the lie they give to people like you and I is that if you work hard, if you just work hard, you too can be a billionaire. Yes.
Yeah, work hard. And some people work on themselves into the ground and never achieve that dream. Never. And when you are not a millionaire, them tell you, say, you never work hard enough. Let me tell you this. It's not about working harder. It's working smarter. They are convincing you that you need to work harder so you can be like them, when all they did was to outsmart us. That's all they did, Adesoji. Outsmarted us. They found a way to trick us, to convince us, and to make us delusional. What you said? Don't hate the player, hate the game?
Don't hate the player, hate the game. And you should also remember, casino never loses.
Never.
Except you're Donald Trump, of course.
You know what? Except. All right, I want to say a quick thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone here with me on YouTube Live. And thank you to everyone joining me on TikTok Live. For my TikTokers, don't forget to tap up the screen, share the live, and engage with us. We appreciate you all. All right, so next one, Supreme Court will seems likely to block Mexico's $10 billion lawsuit against U.S. gun makers. So we are going after the Canada and fentanyl because kill us dead. I have to be careful what I say. In our mind, I can't use my Jamaican sayings, right? I don't want to be flagged. Kill us dead. Kill us. No, Lord Jesus. Give me another saying. The Jamaican in me is so strong.
Unalive us.
Unalive us. Or no, I don't even want to use that term. We swear say. We swear say.
To extinguish us.
We swear in a few mind, you cannot convince us otherwise, that Mexico and Canada are our enemies because of the F to the ill. Y'all know which substance I'm talking about. Going so hard after the F and the nil. Right? Have to be careful, folks. We can't use the substance. We can't give the name for the substance. And they're only going so hard because of the lives, the face of the lives that are affected the most, right? It's a potent opioid, synthetic opioid, and it is approved. Listen to this. Exactly, Ozzy. It It is approved by the FDA as a pain relief and anesthetic. When you go in for surgery and you are the anesthesiologist gives you anesthesia, what do you think you get? It's innate so that you don't feel pain. One thing put you to sleep, the next thing is the pain relief. That's the pain relief. So my question then is, are we going to go after the FDA?
How would you want to do such a thing? It's a regulated industry. It's a regulated industry, and they do tell you, they put the package on the warning on the package that use according to recommended dosage.
Whoops. Oh, what happened? All right, bear with me 1 second here, folks. Bear with me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Gotta get back here. Gotta get back here. Gotta get back here. Whoops. Gotta get back on gotta get back on TikTok. Lord have mercy. Adesoji. I pressed the wrong thing. Hold on there. I need to get you back. I need to get you back. I pressed the wrong thing. Press the wrong thing. Pressed the wrong thing. Let me tell you something. I'm here messing around and I pressed the wrong thing. Ozzy, thank you for coming back.
Okay. You can't trust some people with new toys.
I tell you, I am getting used to this thing. I pressed the wrong thing trying to figure something out at a surgery and I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. Let me go ahead and share it. Lord have mercy. My apologies, people. My apologies. My apologies. Oh boy. Lord have mercy, RoSolo, you're sorry for me. I pressed the wrong thing, my girl. Press the wrong thing. Let me tell you something now. All right. So I thank you all. I apologize for what just happened. I am new to the TikTok live thing and I'm trying to gain a better understanding and I accidentally ended the live instead of touching the button next to it. My finger touched on that and then me like idiot instead of saying cancel, go touch confirm when the thing pop up if you want the live. So yes, Adesoji, my new toys. All right, where were we? So, pain relief, FDA approved, and I'm not going to call the name of the item, but we know what we're talking about, and that's the issue we have with Canada and what you call it, Mexico, right? Yeah. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. The Supreme Court, according to apnews.com, the Supreme Court seemed likely on Tuesday to block a $10 billion lawsuit Mexico filed against top pew pew manufacturers in the U.S., alleging the companies have fueled the cartel pew pew violence. Both liberal and conservative justices appeared skeptical that the claims could clear hurdles in U.S. law that largely shield the makers of said toys from lawsuits when their products are used in illicit activity. Big name manufacturers like Smith & Wesson appealed to the justices after a lower court let the suit go forward under an exception, for situations where gun where companies, pew pew companies, are accused of violating the law. Let me tell you something that we have to remember to switch up the words. Lord of mercy, I have to remember to switch up the words. Okay, so an attorney from Mexico argued the case over economic harm linked to the pew pew violence is still in its early stages and should be allowed to go forward. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, though, pointed to arguments that many products from baseball bats to prescription, we know what, can be misused, and a flood of lawsuits could hurt the US economy. That's a real concern, I think, for me, about accepting your theory. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said it appeared that the lawsuit ultimately seeks changes to the pew pew industry of the kind that the Shield law was aiming to forestall. Justice Samuel Alito raised questions about whether US states could file suit against Mexico for illegal conduct it links to activities there. The arguments coincidentally come as President Donald Trump's long threatened tariffs against Mexico and Canada go into effect. Trump has said the tariffs are aimed in part on forcing the two US neighbors to step up their fight against the illicit trafficking and stop illegal immigration. The case began 4 years ago when the Mexican government filed its blockbuster suit against some of the biggest pew pew companies, including Smith & Wesson, Beretta, Colt, and the G1. Mexico has strict G laws and has just one store where people can legally buy pew pews, but thousands of pew pews are smuggled in by the country's powerful DCs every year. Yep. Where I cannot shine bomb for pushing back. I can't, because if they're made here, they're made here. Put some laws in place, put some strict measures in place, put some control in place, lessen the ease of access, have more stringent measures in place. And I said this yesterday, and I've said this several times. I am yet to hear us talk about what laws we're going to put in place, what G control laws we are going to put here in place so that we can mitigate the issues we have going on here as it relates to the use of these Gs. We have to be careful. We have to be so careful. But you know what? On that note, we come to the end of Stories Out of Latin America. Up next, it's stories on the international scene. Delete. Thank you. I like that. Thank you. See, AT is giving me words too. Thank you, AT. So on the international scene, we go. Our first article, Israel slams Arab summit adoption of Egyptian alternative to Trump's Gaza plan. This one comes to us courtesy of MSN.com. The adoption statement by Arab states of the Egyptian reconstruction plan for Gaza is entrenched in perspectives that are no longer relevant post October 7, according to Israel's foreign ministry in a statement on Tuesday. The statement came in reaction to the adoption of the plan during the Arab summit, which convened in Cairo. According to the Egyptian plan, an administrative committee of independent professional Palestinian technocrats would govern Gaza temporarily in preparation for the Palestinian Authority's return in the Strip. The statement continues to rely on Palestinian Authority and UNRWA. Both have repeatedly demonstrated corruption, support for the T word, and failure in resolving the issue, the foreign ministry said. The ministry also stated the statement issued bore no mention of Hamas or the October 7, and we know what happened. For 77 years, Arab states have used Palestinians as pawns against Israel, condemning them to eternal refugee status, the ministry said. U.S. President Donald Trump's plan for Gaza should be encouraged instead, the ministry noted, adding it would grant an opportunity for Gazans to have free choice based on their free will. free will. But let's move on to the next article where Arab leaders endorse a $53 billion plan to rebuild Gaza as alternative to Trump's idea. And this article comes to us courtesy of theguardian.com. Arab leaders have endorsed a $53 billion plan to rebuild Gaza under the future administration of the Palestinian Authority in a rushed attempt to present an alternative to Donald Trump's idea for a property development style plan. Trump's suggestion involved a relocation of the Palestinian population that has been widely criticized as effectively endorsing ethnic cleansing. The prospect of the PA governing Gaza remains far from certain. However, with Israel having ruled out any future role for the body and Trump having closed the Palestine Liberation Organization liaison office in Washington, and that happened during his first term while stepping up support for Israel. In response, the Israeli Foreign Ministry said the reconstruction plan failed to address the realities of the situation following the attack on October 7th, adding that it did not mention the unaliving and the napping of Israelis during the attack or criticize Hamas. Hamas, however, called for provision of the means to ensure the plan's success and considered the summit a step forward for Arab and Islamic support behind the Palestinian cause. Do we support this move, Adesoji? Do we support this move?
Well, there's no other ploy to support other than what the Arabs have proposed. The rebuilding of Gaza with their funds, because any alternative, I can rest assured you, would not be acceptable on the Arab streets. Any other, there is just no way. That Trump idea, it was dead in the water. Let's just put it mildly. It's not going to run. The idea is not going to run. That's somebody, like I said, who was just playing with words. Unfortunately, words do have consequences. I yield.
Yes, words do have consequences indeed. They do. We need to let the people of that region handle their business. Handle their business. That's in my opinion, it's their home. And I've said we wouldn't want to be removed from our houses, although we that threat is looming here in the US when we talk about BlackRock in the previous article and what may be coming downstream and as the economy stands. But I'm going to say this, folks. Do not give up. Do not fold. Again, it's a call for us to be our brother's keeper, be our sister's keeper. This is where families come together and help each other to ride the tide. Do not succumb to the pressures that we're going to be faced with, right? Let us not fold at all, as much as we can. All right, so that story wraps up news on the international scene. Next, I didn't even remember. I'm glad I came across this article. So it served as a reminder that we are in Women's History Month. Are we allowed to celebrate that here in the US? I have to ask because I don't know what has been stripped away. I don't know what is stripped from what we are able to honor and celebrate anymore. But it is, according to this article, it is Women's History Month. And as a woman, I'm going to honor it. Whether no one accept it, yes or no. Without women, we can't have human beings in the world. We bring life. Yes, we bring life. So this article, Women's History Month, comes to us courtesy of Caribbean, GeorgeLoopNews.com. 7 ways to support women in the workplace. March is Women's History Month, and this week marks International Women's Day. As we gear up for these celebrations, we can practice meaningful ways to make women feel empowered in the workplace. In today's evolving workplace, fostering an inclusive and a supportive environment for women is crucial for organizational success. Gender equality benefits women and contributes to a diverse, innovative, and productive workforce. Here are 8 meaningful ways to support women in the workplace. Number 1, let us promote equal pay. One of the most critical steps toward gender equality is ensuring that women receive fair compensation. Employers should regularly review pay structures and address wage gaps to create a transparent and equitable system. Number 2, create opportunities for leadership. Encouraging and preparing women for leadership roles is essential. Organizations should implement policies that foster career development, such as leadership training and succession planning, to increase female representation at decision making levels. Number 3, support work life balance. Flexible work arrangements, parental leave policies, and childcare support can help women manage their professional and personal responsibilities more effectively. A supportive workplace recognizes its employees' diverse needs. Number 4, address workplace harassment. A safe workplace is a productive workplace. Companies should enforce strict anti harassment policies, establish clear reporting mechanisms, and cultivate a culture of respect and accountability. Number 5, encourage a culture of inclusion. Diversity and inclusion training can help break down biases and stereotypes. Encouraging open conversations, respecting different perspectives, and creating a welcoming atmosphere allows women to thrive professionally. Recognize and celebrate contributions is point number 6. Women's achievements and contributions should be acknowledged and celebrated through awards, public recognition, or professional development opportunities. Appreciation fosters motivation and empowerment. And number 7, provide skills development and training. Continuous learning opportunities enable women to advance in their careers. Employers should invest in upskilling programs, leadership workshops, and industry specific training to equip women with the tools they need to succeed. Implementing these strategies can help organizations create a more equitable and empowering workplace where women feel valued, supported, and motivated to excel. Supporting women in the workplace is not just about fairness, it's about driving success for everyone. Yes, round of applause for that article. So, what we're going to be doing for the remainder of the month of March when we are live on YouTube, whether it is on internet radio, qmzradio.com, janoradio.com, madmusichouse.com, YouTube Live, and TikTok Live, we are going to be recognizing Women's History Month. We are going to be speaking about the achievements and contributions of women to society and the world at large. We will highlight one woman each day. All right. So thank you for the reminder, Caribbean.loopnews.com. So many things going on that we forget. And I'm grateful for the reminders, however they come to us. All right. So that was our Women's History Month moment. All right. Next up, stories out of North America. Want to say thank you to everyone with us here watching and supporting YouTube, TikTok. Don't forget to share, like, comment, subscribe, follow, tap up the screen, as they say. Let's get the lives going. So everything that we earned on the first live, hey, Prof, hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everything that we earned on the last live didn't carry over to this live, so it's like we started over again, RoSolo. We are start over. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So let's keep it moving. Stories out of North America. Tomorrow, before I forget, tomorrow we are going to be honoring Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. Yes, you will learn about her tomorrow. Beautiful young woman, powerful voice, always so eloquent when she speaks, very emphatic when she speaks, and always has something uplifting to deliver. So we are going to be honoring her tomorrow in our Women's History Month. She's an author, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie. I've always longed to be known. We're going to talk about her. All right, so back to where we were, stories out of North America. A powerful, and I think I have a sound bite for this next article, courtesy of WSVN. Let me go ahead and bring it up. Powerful U.S. storms bring threats ranging from a critical fire weather to blizzard conditions. That not sound safe at all. And also, we're hoping that Canada, something I'm not hoping, Canada is compassionate. Canada is compassionate towards the US. To those states that rely on them for electricity and water, Canada is being the bigger person. Yes, they are threatening to turn off the power, and that would affect states like New York, Wisconsin, and I forget the others. But they're showing us compassion. But we should not take them for granted at the same time. I saw a video where someone was saying they should turn the power on and off, make it glitch on them. And let's see if that will change the rhetoric, the thought process, because they feel as though they're being taken for granted. Can I blame them if they decide to do so? No. Do I want them to do it? No. In all of this, they still showing us that we don't have to be negative. We don't have to condone negativity. They're thinking about the citizens of the US who could potentially hurt if they decide to turn off the power on us. We have to do better. Hey, Dr. Sharon, how you doing? We have to do better, folks. We have to do better. But anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. This one is a soundbite courtesy of WSVN.
And Brett, a massive March storm sweeping across other parts of the country. In northern Texas, hurricane-force winds wrecking an RV. And in New Mexico, a family blinded by a fierce dust storm struggling to find a way to safety. These severe storms stretching from border to border and may even be strengthening as it moves east. Extreme weather spotted all around the country. Dangerous conditions in several states, destroying homes and putting people in the path of danger. In Texas, hurricane-force winds causing chaos in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The winds blamed for flipping over this semi-truck. And at least one home in this RV park, the person living inside, luckily, was not injured.
I heard the wind whipping, so I looked out the window, and then all of a sudden the lights were flashing, and I thought, oh, this is a tornado. And about the time I was trying to think, what should I do? It started rocking.
Nearby, the winds so severe, hundreds of people were evacuated from their apartment complexes. Homes torn to shreds with debris scattered all over the courtyard. The roof of this high school peeled off, leaving it crumpled in the parking lot. Photos show massive damage to a warehouse, walls blown out from the intense winds. In New Mexico, a dangerous dust storm limited visibility near Las Cruces. Several drivers recorded their dangerous journeys on the road.
And that is a sandstorm. For those of you who've never seen one, that is a sandstorm. Up ahead is the reason that we are going so slow.
That reason, a huge pileup, no doubt because of the limited visibility. In New Orleans, some Mardi Gras parades were canceled due to the turbulent storms. The National Weather Service reported winds in the Big Easy could top more than 50 miles per hour. Revelers continued like normal in some areas, but officials were forced to change routes and schedules.
We had some weather challenges, but we were able to do what we do best. We're resilient. we were able to modify and make sure that we have carnival like we traditionally do.
By Wednesday, the storms are expected to reach the East Coast. Chilly temperatures and strong winds expected in states like Pennsylvania, even touching northern Florida.
Ooh, oh, not liking the sound of that at all. Everyone just has to be safe. Please be safe, be safe, be safe out there. All right. So, our next article in stores out of North America, Trump administration receives directive to fire probate. I'm sorry, Trump administration revises, let me get it right, revises directive to fire probationary employees. I don't know if I'm to laugh or cry. I really don't know what to do at this point. We're creating problems, and then we have to rethink the problems that we have created. I can understand why bankruptcy has been filed so many times. It's erratic behavior. You cannot run a business like that. You have to be very strategic. You can't make a decision in 1 week or even 4 weeks sometimes, depending on the size of your business. And the US is a huge business. Yes, it is a business, in my opinion. With 300 and something million employees. So many different organizations, departments within the business. You can't go through and gut departments. Just it's like you are on a mission to just like a tornado. And then after you release the tornado and you tear down the building, you huff and you puff like the what all the story go? Did not when we were children, we huff and puff to the house blow down. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I blew down the house. I shouldn't have blown the house down. And we regret the decision we made. And these decisions are costly. If not to the decision makers, definitely to those who the decisions will affect. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this article. According to Guardian.com or TheGuardian.com, the Trump administration appears to be walking back its directive to fire probationary employees. The reversal comes less than a week after a federal judge in California temporarily blocked the Trump administration from ordering the U.S. Defense Department and other agencies to carry out the mass firings of some employees, including probationary employees who typically have less than a year of experience. The ruling came after thousands of probationary employees were already let go. Please note that by this memorandum, OPM, which is Office of Personnel Management, is not directing agencies to take any specific performance-based actions regarding probationary employees. Agencies have ultimate decision-making authority over and responsibility for such personnel actions. That's according to a now revised document which was sent to federal department and agency heads. It is not immediately clear how the revised guidance will affect the probationary workers who have already been fired. The Trump administration has spearheaded an ongoing effort to shrink the size of the federal workforce, the country's largest employer, by firing thousands of workers, including nearly all probationary employees in a previous directive. Last month, the Department of Veterans Affairs, which provides health care for veterans, reported that it had laid off more than 1,000 probationary workers. It was revealed that the U.S. Forest Service was set to fire more than 3,000 workers. Approximately 5,000 people have been terminated from the agencies that manage national parks, forests, and other federal public lands in the U.S. In total, at least 20,000 government workers have been fired so far during the first month of the Trump administration. Many of these layoffs stem from instructions given by Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, which has worked to dramatically diminish the workforce at federal agencies. Most of the changes are not only going to harm federal employees, but also everyone who lives in the US. That is according to a federal employee at the National Archives in Washington, D.C., who requested anonymity for fear of retaliation. Cutting federal employees is not going to make inflation magically go down or their eggs become cheaper. There will be a domino effect with increasingly tangible impacts. It's going to severely interrupt operations like getting tax returns, serving healthcare to veterans, receiving subsidies that often benefit people who run farms, and so much more. We know that. We are fully aware of that. I don't think anybody else is aware. Morning, Mr. President. Happy to have you here, Mr. President, one of our co-mods on Caffeine Show, along with RoSolo and Adesoji. Adesoji had to leave early because he has his things to take care of at around this time. Thank you all. Ja is not able to be up with us.
Morning. My thing is, I understand. Okay. The irony of the situation is that you call yourself the Department for Government Efficiency, etc. Okay. One of the key tenets of efficiency is to ensure that you're operating optimally. But from the outside looking in, it seems as though the people that are making the cuts do not know what are the requisite skill sets needed, the staffing needed, what is needed. I don't know if it doesn't appear like they even understand the operation of the departments that they're gutting. There's a difference between gutting something and making something efficient. And then they go on the premise that they're saving money because they fire. You hire people and you pay them less than they produce. That's capitalism. Nobody gets paid what they're worth or what they're producing. You get paid less than you produce, so your employer get the difference between your production and what you get paid. Now, if you're just gutting people, yes, you have a salary savings, but then if you cannot do what you're mandated to do, then you have a loss. So if they're gutting these organizations and then they're rehiring people, it means they do not know what the critical functions of the organizations are, what is required to make those organizations operate efficiently given the critical functions. And as such, they prematurely dismiss people, then realizing how critical they were to the operations and have to bring them back. So not only that you're bringing back a demoralized people, you have already disrupt the entire operations. You have to restart. You may not be able to restaff as you would like to. You might lose some of your best people because the best people will have options. And if I have a federal government job and I have an option in the private sector, I will take the option in the private sector because I don't want to be at the whim and fancy of government changes like that. So if you look at it holistically, it seems like they don't know what they're doing. That's how it looks. I could understand what they're trying to achieve, but the way they are going about doing it, it is difficult to see from a logical perspective how you would achieve what you say. And we're not even talking about the ripple effects. We're just talking about the normal operating of the businesses or those federal governments. So I strongly recommend to them that before they do anything, do an analysis of everything. You have the brightest and the best people, do critical analysis. See what your staffing needs, what your material needs, what everything is. And then when you make the changes, make sure it actually is more efficient. Because right now you seem to be counterproductive. Yes, you get to say you fire X amount of people and allegedly save so much amount of money. But if you're just looking from a salary perspective of savings, then you're only looking at half the pizza. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Absolutely. And you would think that they would know all of this, right? My hat. And I do have the fan on, people. This ring light not working for me at all. But yeah, so excuse my fanning. You would think they would know this because you would think everyone is qualified or has some. Let me stop right there. I have to check myself on that one. Qualification doesn't matter anymore. It's nepotism that works. You know, why bother with the qualified? Why bother with those who have the ability to think? Yes, yes, my girl. Yes, Miss Dada. It had mad me over your child. And the fan a blow up on me and AC on. Oh, when we get to my wonderful age, you'll all understand what I'm talking about. It's a part of life. We have to embrace it, them say. But yeah, anyway, next. Wyoming governor vetoes. Lord have mercy. I need my doctors. Me need my doctors. Me need my doctors. Do I have my doctors in the house? Because this one, me not understand. I would love to hear the thoughts of our doctors, our respectable, talented, qualified doctors who live right here so with us. You're there, all right. Hold on. We're there. Come in, Panda one there, Dr. Sharon. Wyoming governor vetoes ultrasound requirement for medication removals. I'm gonna call it that because I have to be so careful with the terms I use so them not flag way, right? So the removals of fetuses. I hope I can say that. All right, so according to the Guardian.com, a bill that would have required women seeking medication, the AB word, to get ultrasounds has been vetoed by Wyoming's Republican governor, who questioned whether it was reasonable and necessary, especially for victims of R and I. Mandating this intimate, personal, invasive, and often medically unnecessary procedure goes too far, Mark Gordon wrote in a letter explaining his veto later on Monday. Groups working to maintain AB access in Wyoming, the removal access in Wyoming, the first state to attempt to explicitly outlaw medication, ABS, praised the veto, even though Gordon, over the past 3 years, has signed into law several bills seeking to ban the procedure. Christine Lichtenfels, who is executive director of the ABS Access Advocate Chelsea's Fund, on Tuesday said, "It's important that women are able to access this health care without undue and unnecessary burden. The bill would have required women planning medication removals to arrange and potentially drive long distances for ultrasound appointments in rural states. The removal remains legal in Wyoming pending the outcome of a lawsuit before the state Supreme Court can challenge the bans. The removal access has dwindled. However, since Wyoming's lone full-service removal clinic stopped providing both pill and surgical removals after Gordon signed a bill into law last week. The new law requires clinics providing surgical removals to be licensed surgical centers. Unable to immediately meet that requirement and wary of legal implications, Wellspring Health Access in Casper suspended all removal services on Friday. As a result, more Wyoming women are likely to travel to Colorado and other states where removals remain legal and accessible. The president of Wellspring Health Access, Julie Burkhart, praised Gordon's veto in a statement and noted the clinic was still taking calls from patients. Despite these new restrictions, Wellspring Health Access remains open. We have not and will not abandon our patients. We are here for them now and always. Wellspring is among those challenging the bans and the new licensing requirement in court. Dr. Sharon, how you feel? How do you feel?
Girl, so yeah, Wyoming was one of or is one of those states that still had full access, but they're doing everything that they can to decrease this access to AB, and including using the pill. But I just saw on AP News that the judge has struck down that ban on the AB pill, because then women have to travel huge distances for just for the pill, or you might miss that window for the pill and end up needing a surgical procedure. So I see that they're doing quite a few different things. Mm-hmm. That's one they're doing. Then requiring an ultrasound, right? I will say we do ultrasounds anyway to date the pregnancy. We do an ultrasound to double check that it's not an ectopic pregnancy, right? Because if you're a pregnancy in the tube, then giving you a pill or trying, surgically in that way, that's not the correct procedure for you, right? So we do, but like forcing, because Texas had done that, where they would force women to do an ultrasound and force them to do another ultrasound and wait 48 hours before they could have that procedure. And that was years ago. Now we just have a heartbeat law, or well, not just a heartbeat law. We just have a complete reversal, overthrow of any AB, with few exceptions. But at least in Wyoming, this is still available right now. I saw the part with the surgical centers. Mm-hmm. So outpatient surgical centers that provide AB services, they don't go through the rigorous credentialing like some places, because they actually don't need it, right? So it's not like I'm doing an outpatient laparoscopic self-injectomy or laparoscopic oophorectomy. Right, so these outpatient AB places, the requirements is not that stringent. It's not that there's still criteria, mm-hmm. but it's not the same as if you're doing other more complex surgical procedure. But now they moved to ban that. Mm-hmm. Now they've moved to make the those clinics to be licensed surgical center when it's not necessary. So it's another roadblock to ban AB, another roadblock to delay services, or basically just not have services, because it takes time for you to get a center that will have all these surgical criteria, surgical requirements in place to meet that requirement to provide that service. And something like that can take 6 months. It requires inspection, it requires protocol, it requires emergency services at hand. I mean, it requires a lot. There's a lot. It's so much different than like an outpatient AB process, because just imagine, this is what they do at Planned Parenthood, right? Planned Parenthood is not a surgical center. Right. So imagine now if they're trying to make Planned Parenthood a surgical center where you go cystectomy. So it's a barrier for healthcare or AB care for women. We let out the side at the same time.
We're tired, Dr. Sharon. And I must let everyone know listening online radio, on YouTube Live, and here on TikTok, Dr. Sharon is a board-certified obstetrician and gynecologist based in Texas. All right? So we're not getting no fly-by-night information. But interestingly, on that note, Dr. Sharon, because coming up in our Health and Science segment, I saw an article which I had no choice but to capture that Trump wants to pass a new law making oxytocin illegal. Does he know what oxytocin is?
So I haven't seen that.
Let me play it real quick. Let's
Lord, my belly, murder. Okay.
Let's play this one real quick. Lord have mercy. Let me tell you something. As a matter of fact, I have it coming up. Where is it? Let me make sure I have it. It's now with my TikTok talk segment. That's where I need to go. I have it slapped in my TikTok talk segment. Here we go.
I will.
Trump wants to pass a new law making oxytocin illegal for women who have a baby that is unalive and they still have to deliver this baby. So most times what happens is, this is so traumatic for women, is they give them the oxytocin, which speeds up the delivery process. They have to deliver this baby, and then you know what happens. But under a new law in Project 2025 that the Trump administration would like to pass, it will be made illegal to give women oxytocin because it is considered an abortion.
Abword.
What do you ladies think about this? To me, this is disgusting. This is like The Handmaid's Tale. I always say if men had to do this, there would be drive-through clinics with a brewski, if you know what I mean. Okay? Because there's no way men would go through this. But they want to control your body, ladies. And I want to know, are you guys good with that? What do you guys think about that? Because as a man, this infuriates me. Because my wife, she took that oxytocin. She needed that when they were speeding up her pregnancy because she was in labor for so long. And to think about a woman who has to do a stillborn birth and not get the drugs that she needs, so to make it more excruciating and take longer than it should, disgusting.
All right, so let me explain what oxytocin is. Oxytocin, it's a hormone, right, that our body actually naturally makes. It's what it does cause the uterus to contract, right, during labor. There are times also where we need to give you oxytocin in labor to increase either the strength and or frequency of the contractions, right? Now, we also use oxytocin in regular, normal birth. We give oxytocin after a delivery, so to help that uterus contract down to close off those blood vessels that are big, like the cross-section of your fingers. If those blood vessels remain open, you will hemorrhage, and a pregnant, postpartum, peripartum woman can literally lose their entire blood volume in less than 15 minutes unalive. So oxytocin plays a crucial role in the healthcare of women having babies. Very similar to, I'm going to mention in Louisiana, where they wanted to make misoprostol a Schedule 4 drug. Schedule 4 drug is such, it's on the classification of drugs, just like, I don't know if I can say the word on TikTok, but
or spell it or just abbreviate it.
Yeah, it's the narcotics.
Oh, okay.
Right, the narcs that we prescribe, right? So they wanted to
call it pain reliever. Pain
reliever, like the prescription pain reliever, right? That are governed by our DA, by the Drug Enforcement Agency. Louisiana tried to make that a Schedule 4 drugs. Let me tell you something. I actually, when I do a delivery, those things are in the pocket of the nurses. We have a hemorrhage kit, a hemorrhage cart that sits literally in the room or just outside of the room. And especially if we have a patient with a higher risk of hemorrhage, that is right there at the bedside. Imagine for me, if I need that medicine, it now becomes a Schedule 4 drug. I got to go in, I got to go to the computer, I have to put in my DEA, go through all that, and then the pharmacy sends it up. That delay is costly. Right? Imagine if you don't have oxytocin. Like oxytocin is hanging. Then the nurse said, do you want it now or you want it after the placenta is delivered? That's how much we use it. These medicines are right at my hand, my fingertip. When I am knee deep in a hemorrhage, nobody has time to run around for these things. They are right there, literally in the room. You want to ban these things, take them away, delay them? I mean, the maternal mortality, especially for African Americans, is already 4 to 5 times that of other people. They're just trying to unalive us more. This is crazy.
It's an attack. It's an attack, Dr. Sharon.
So you know what it is? These are people who know no medicine, have no idea how we use the medicine to actually save people's lives, but make decision based on what? And actually, you know what? When a woman delivers a stillbirth or a fetus who's unalive, she gets the same treatment. In fact, she gets more TLC because of what she's been through.
Emotional.
Yes. So you want to make sure this patient doesn't hemorrhage. You want to make sure she doesn't go into DIC. You are so vigilant about the medical and the emotional support for this person that the last thing you want to do is not have what she needs available at your fingertip when it should be. I mean, what century is this?
Dr. Sharon, I am convinced there is a hatred for women. There's a deep-seated hatred for women. That there is a mission to discard us, get rid of us. At this point, I'm convinced they don't care about us. We serve one purpose and one purpose only. And what the man said in the video, and I'm glad it was a man who did that video. I really am glad. And I hope that video will go viral really quickly.
Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I will. I'll send it to you, please. Definitely. I am hoping.
Wherever, send it to me, please. I'm probably going to stitch that.
Listen, I need it to go. Right now, he has got 52,000 likes on that video. But I need it to go viral. I need the world to wake up. I need everybody to understand being a woman is not easy. All you men who are out there making decisions for women's bodies, until one can go through, a woman go through, shut up.
Exactly, that part.
Shut all the way up. It's not about hair and makeup and clothes and nails. No. A woman's body is a complex machine capable of doing what you cannot do and will never be able to do. If it were not for medicine and science and the advancement that has been made thus so far, the mortality rate for women would be so much higher, especially for women of color.
Well, not to worry, because states like Texas have stopped reporting the data on maternal mortality because it's just so outrageous, and they don't want to report it anymore. So we won't even have numbers for the past couple of years.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. How did Michael Jackson song go? But I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. But I'm gonna, yeah, I'll send it to you. But folks, we need to talk to our representatives. And let me tell you something. This is why it's so important what you do when you go into a polling station. Let me put it that way. Do you know who your representatives are? Do you know if your values, your morals are aligned? But you know something, I'm saying all of that. But there's this spoke in the wheel as well, Dr. Sharon. Could it be that they sought counsel, sought guidance, and said, oh, so that's what it's for? You know what? Let's go against it because we want them to suffer. Could it
No,
be?
no, it can't be. Because let me tell you something. When you understand how a pregnant woman, a woman who just delivered a baby, or even in pregnancy itself can hemorrhage, you would never do that. You want everything at your hands, at your fingertip. I cannot tell you the amount of time that I've used multiple medicines. I've taken the patient to the operating room, done a DNC, opened her up, compressing her uterus in my hands, putting stitches in, to keep this woman alive. And because it's the things I have right at my fingertips. You start rolling that back, I promise you, the mortality. In fact, you know what? You start rolling that back, I tell you, I will no longer do OB. I will no longer practice OB because all I'm gonna have to do is to sit there and watch people unalive when I can do something about it. I'm not doing it. I promise you.
Just your conscience alone. Just your conscience alone.
Do it.
Just your conscience alone. But you know something, Dr. Sharon, I'll say this and then we can move on. It's unfortunate, but a lot of times it has to get really bad and it has to affect them and their woman before they understand. Or is it that they don't care about their mothers, their sisters, their cousins, their aunts, their own daughters?
Well, I'm sure that many of them had many side chicks who needed AB care and
hey!
and that kind of thing. So there you go.
And they'll just fly them out.
Yep, exactly.
They'll just fly them out and you have to sit and suffer. Sit and suffer. But you know what? We will get through this. So that was that. Next up, U.S. Department of Education workers decry. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharon. And again, Dr. Sharon is a board certified obstetrician and gynecologist over there in Texas. And she's been doing this for many years. And we thank her and appreciate her for being a part of Coffee and Toe. We're coming from CH days. All right. And follow Dr. Sharon on TikTok. Follow her on Instagram, folks. All right. Next up, U.S. Department of Education workers decry final mission email as power grab. This one comes to us courtesy of The Guardian. There's just so much destruction going on. Education Secretary Linda McMahon's plan to eliminate the department will hurt disadvantaged children, staff say. In a message to employees on Monday, the newly confirmed Secretary of Education, a billionaire ex-wrestling executive, laid out the final mission for the department as Donald Trump threatens to dismantle the agency. My vision is aligned with the president's to send education back to the states and empower all parents to choose an excellent education for their children. That's what she wrote. And they're reminding us that she is the co-founder of World Wrestling Entertainment, WE, which is a professional wrestling organization. And let me go off on a tangent for a little bit. The same organization that Patel is tapping to train FBI agents. The message comes as Trump is reportedly finalizing plans to issue an executive order to eliminate the 45-year-old U.S. Department of Education and eliminate or reorganize the department's functions and programs. Workers at the Department of Education called the email a power grab, focused on privatization at the expense of children with disabilities and from low-income families. It's heartbreaking to read such a disingenuous, manipulative letter from the head of the agency. I don't read the letter to be an end to the department. It reads as a transformation into something sinister, a tool for the president to use to ensure his ideology is implemented by states and local governments at the risk of losing funding. It's the exact overreach it's purporting to stop. Another Department of Education employee explained that morale is beyond low. It comes after an email from Elon Musk's so-called Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, that told staff to justify their jobs by emailing 5 bullet points explaining what they did last week. After reading the former WWE CEO's email coming off the back of Musk's email made me realize that I have 3 bosses that are billionaires that know absolutely nothing about improving performance for America's students. This is a power grab. The message is clear that they want to privatize public dollars on the backs of our nation's most vulnerable children. We know poor children and children with disabilities will suffer with the plans Matt Mohan has laid out. Private schools will leave our students with disabilities out. Poor children will receive less money to compete on a level playing field. A third employee characterized the email as incredibly hostile and ominous of the plan to dismantle the department. Matt Mohan's message claimed Congress and other federal agencies would be involved in moves that will profoundly impact budgets, staffing, and operations at the department. She cited 3 convictions for the efforts. 1, that parents are the primary decision makers in children's education, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and gender ideology in schools must be rooted out, and post-secondary education must be aligned with workforce needs. Aha! Listen to that last part. Post-secondary education should be aligned with workforce needs. Am I reading too much into it? I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I don't think so. I don't think so.
So we have less people who can we have more people who cannot afford private school. So you know what's going to happen? If you cannot afford to put your child in private school, it makes your child a worker bee. It makes your child a minimum wage worker. The one who will be doing the menial tasks. The run-of-the-mill workers. I hope you're catching my drift. And the ones who can afford to send their children to private school, those are the ones who will be supervising. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon, go ahead.
So that's going to affect just the regular American. It's going to affect all those people in rural communities who voted for this fool. Okay? And they need more help than anyone else. So please, somebody, make it make sense. And why would we not be committed to providing good education to everyone and even leveling the playing field by providing education for people who can't afford it? Why should we leave this up to just people who can afford a private education to get a good education for your child?
Hey, God bless America.
And even kids with disabilities who have, special accommodation in school, or who have, those special programs that will help them. All that's going to be gone.
Yes. Yeah. Interestingly, Dr. Sharon, I said, your governor over there, is he aware that he's a beneficiary of DEI program?
Listen.
Hey!
Boy.
A lot of them who are making these decisions, including Mascara, have been beneficiaries, are beneficiaries. They have family members who are beneficiaries of the said program that they're gutting out. So when their family members become excluded from opportunities that they would like to pursue, will they then change their minds? Because again, we know it has to impact. They have to feel it before they understand it. Things have to show up at our doorsteps before we're able to empathize, sympathize, agree with. That's what's wrong with us. And you're right, Mr. President. Them no research, nothing. And you're right, Jack. That's the way it is now. Thank you for the follow, Green Eyed Girl. Thank you for our new followers. Thank you so much. Boxer Mom says, I think how many people out there could solve something in cancer, but they can't afford. Listen, I hope Americans have recognized or are recognizing it is not about cultural differences. It is not about ethnic differences. It's rich versus poor. It's the working class versus the oligarchs. That's what it is. So we are busy gouging each other's eyes out and trying to put ourselves on pedestals, wasting time. At the end of the day, I said it earlier in the live, cut us open, we all bleed red. But there are some important dates coming up. Everyone needs to check their states. Their voting opportunities coming up. You have the opportunity to change the narrative, to rewrite history. Well, no, we're not going to rewrite it. This has to go down in history. This is a part of American history. It is a part of it. And if we erase it, those who come after us will not be able to learn from it so that they don't make the same mistakes. It is imperative that it goes down in history as a do not repeat. Learn, don't make the same mistakes again. So, but what I need to say, now that I have acknowledged that, is that we have the opportunity to chart a different path, to change it, because the change that we're desirous of having, the change that is possible, the change that is instrumental, stands to benefit every single American, regardless of what your beliefs are, regardless of your socioeconomic standing, regardless of your educational background, regardless of your disabilities, regardless of your skin color, the texture of your hair, your religious beliefs, your orientation. It stands to benefit every single one of us. The sad truth is that some people will not learn. That's a sad reality. And what is interesting, as you scroll through social media, and those who have FA'd and FO'd, and you hear them regretting their decisions, why, when you listen to them, they never thought it would affect them. They never thought it would affect them. And that is why they made the choice. But we were telling you.
Yeah, but you know what? This is the thing. We weren't only telling them, he told them everything he was going to do. He did, right? Project 2025 has been out there. Even though he tried to disassociate himself or distance himself from it, everything he's doing actually is in line with Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, right? And he did tell you everything he was going to do. So I don't understand why, and then people were okay with an adjudicated rapist. People were okay with someone who essayed women and talk about it, right? They were okay with that. Well, he's a businessman. He can run the country like a fair businessman. Bankruptcy 6-7 times. So how does that help? And you can't run a country like a business because it's not. People's lives aren't business. Maternal mortality is not business. Right? People who need healthcare, it's not business. People who need housing, it's not business. We're talking about basic human needs and basic human rights. Right? Cancer research is not business. Vaccine programs are not business. Tell me what business degree, what business you need to run to understand how those programs help your population, the people you govern, the people you're supposed to care about. How?
Well, you see what Josh says? Some of the people that follow him didn't read the project and they didn't want to read it. They were, as we said, and we say it all the time, two things were on the ballot. Two things were on the ballot. Hate and humanity.
Yep.
Point blank. Point blank. Hate and humanity. And what is interesting, from the clips that I have seen of last night's State of the Union, everybody just getting up and clapping for everything he said. Nobody's saying, the only people who had a look on their face, like, what did we do, were those judges. Like, oh my God, we screwed up, we messed up. What have we done to this country? All right. Them say he who does not hear shall surely feel. We have that saying in the Caribbean, in Jamaica. If you don't hear, you will feel. Kind of like babies, right?
A hard head make a soft
behind. Kind of like those babies when you tell them, don't touch the iron, don't touch the iron, don't touch the iron. But they don't understand what it means to be burnt until them touch the iron. We not learn, we not think, we not reason, we not rationalize. We don't, and you know what a part of the problem is with us? We don't put ourselves in groups or surround ourselves with people who have the ability to explain to you what you don't understand. Because the truth of the matter is, I don't know everything. None of us knows everything. But I am happy to say that Coffee in Toe was created on the premise of being a platform where we all learn from each other, learn from professionals, learn from people's experiences. We learn. We open our eyes and our ears and we listen to the world. It's not just a platform for people in the US. It's a global platform. And that's how we learn. The exchange of information, having conversation, gaining an understanding, raising our awareness levels, which we only outfit ourselves and armor ourselves to be able to go out there and have more conversation. But you don't have to want it. You don't have to want it. Supreme Court decision today requires him to pay the aid. So I'm praying he does it. Yes, Boxer Mom, we are praying. We are praying. We're praying. You know, we cannot give up the hope. We cannot let go of hope and faith. We cannot.
So that's good. Hi, Boxer Mom. And I did see that this morning in the news. However, remember, he's been defying what the courts have said. He's can you think I can defy a judge's court order? Where would I be? In handcuffs and somebody?
I'll be putting money on your books.
Girl, you'll be putting money on my books.
Making sure you have your 3 cots and a hot. Or 3 hots and a cot, I should say.
Yes. So, I mean, he may not follow the judge's order because he has not been with some of the things that he's been doing.
Ja, you're right. Ja said, that's what I said yesterday. Does the case even matter? Because he ignores the decisions.
Oh,
pushes out the mountain.
Yeah, this is crazy. I never thought I would be alive to see anything like this. Like, because we just never thought that things like this would happen. Like,
this is history. History in the making. History in the making. So get into TikTok talk. We're gonna learn something more. Boxer Mom says this is the test because if he doesn't, we're in a place where we might not recover. Listen, and you know something, I'm glad you raised that point, Boxer Mom, because here's the thing. If you notice, since the inauguration, since it's been rapid. Everything has been rapid. And he spoke yesterday in one of the clips that I saw circulating on TikTok. He said yesterday, he bragged about the number of executive orders he has already signed off on. I think 100. And he has, no, it's more than that.
It's over 300.
Over 300, thank you. 100 in the first week and 300 overall. And he has more to do. So it is rapid release, rapid fire. Not even the money gun them on TikTok move that fast.
God have mercy. And the thing, I mean, which I knew he would be more dangerous this time around than he was the first time because he had an understanding of the power of the presidency. Right? Yeah.
But you know what? Should we take consolation in the fact that, Mr. President, you can tell me if I'm right with this. Can we take consolation in the fact that the executive orders are band-aids that can be ripped off? Or are they going to find a way to enshrine them, so to speak? Are they going to try to make them rule of law forever and ever? Amen.
No. So, well, I mean, the thing is with the executive orders, yes, he did sign them into law, but then what happens, it takes time to go to court, right? And file a lawsuit to get them paused, reversed, etc. Sometimes the damage is already done, or now we have a delay in reversal of things that have occurred, right? Now, just like how he reversed Biden's executive orders, the next president behind him can reverse these orders. But the problem is, then you've had all this time with these laws in place that negatively affect people. Right? I don't know if Mr. President can now chime in, but that's my
I was saying, what Dr. Sharon says is correct. Some you will get reversed through the court, or you will get a stay on them, so they would not be able to be implemented the way they intend to implement them. But the most dangerous ones are the ones that stay to the next presidency. Remember, as much as this presidency seems to be old, it's not even 6 months yet. It's not even 3 months, right? So we haven't got to the 100-day review as yet. So imagine 4 years of that. Imagine what happens in 4 years, then you try to reverse it. It's an entirely different landscape, and the repercussions of some of these actions are tremendous. Like, it's not like something that affect one aspect. They affect multiple aspects of life, and there are chain reactions to it. And that is what is dangerous. The downstream reactions makes it extremely difficult in cases like that.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. All right. Thank you, Dr. Sharon. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go ahead and get into our TikTok Talk segment where we play videos that we come across on TikTok. So we did the one about the oxytocin already. I sent it over to you, Dr. Sharon. I sent it over. All right. Cuba wants their land back. Let's take a listen to this.
Cuba's president has just announced the U.S. for stealing the land that is being occupied by Guantanamo Bay.
So I'm speaking from Cuba, whom the U.S. stole land from in the name of friendship that was not upheld. By using that territory illegally occupied for more than a century as a military base and prison, which has been used to torture and imprison in a legal limbo. People who have been declared enemies and guilty, the majority, without any solid evidence of their crime. As if that infamy was not enough, they have condemned hundreds of times. They have been condemned hundreds of times by international courts for human rights violations. Now they will tell us that the Guantanamo base, that they will send 30,000 deportees. Again, the illegality and the lack of knowledge of international treaties and the unacceptable idea that there are countries and persons above human rights.
Cuba wants their land back, and they are going to be using this as a way to put the spotlight back onto the U.S. Cuba's president has.
Are the chickens coming home to roost? And I'm asking that question because there's a lot going on globally, and we have a common denominator. I'm not happy that people will suffer, but I'm glad that privilege is failing for many. Perhaps they will learn from this. I totally understand what you're saying. I get it. I see where you're coming from. I totally comprehend. Are the chickens coming home to roost? Remember, I said this before, that we have to change our MO, our modus operandi, how we, our tactics. We have to change our interpersonal skills. We have to change our style of communication. We have to change how we engage, how we negotiate, how we enforce. Some things are played out. They served their purpose at a particular time, put that book on the shelf, bring down another one, and let us look at the landscape that we're now in. Let's strip away strip away what's not practical, what's no longer relevant. Behaviors change, people evolve. Also, the world is younger. Yeah, the world is younger. We have many more young people than we have older folks. And the young people then see things in a different light. We're not counting those who are brainwashed into the foolishness to carry on certain bad behaviors and ways of thinking. We're not talking about them. Put them to the side there a second. You're always going to have the bad apples, but we cannot allow them to spoil the plot. Which phrase, Jack? Last time that phrase was used, they unalived a person. Which phrase? You have to put in the chat. Go ahead, Mr. President.
In moments. The thing is, how would Cuba get it back? Because the lease, I think, was from 1903, and they only pay about $4,000 or $5,000 a year for leasing Guantanamo Bay right now. Because I think it was 2000, it started in 1930s or whatever. But the point is, the lease has no termination date. And that was mutually agreed by both countries. So I don't know how you can legally terminate it now. I don't know what are the procedures. But if the US abandon it, then it resort back to Cuba. But I'm not sure how they go about doing it now. And with Cuba contesting it, maybe you might get a ruling in court or something like that, but I'm not too sure. But based on the original lease, there was no end date to the occupation, and it was granted to the US to have a naval base. So that might be a tricky one. I am really not sure how that would go.
Well, they must know something what we don't know, Mr. President, why they are able to be so vocal. There is something that they know that we are probably not.
Of course, is their land, so I don't know if there is any statute of limitation, or at least with no. I don't know. These are legal jargons that I would not even venture into, but there has to be some way. I'm not sure.
Thank you for the follow, Nona. Thank you. Yeah, you're right, Mr. President. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this unfolds. Every day there's something new put on the platter. every day we're learning something new. But all right, want to say it's the bottom of the hour. Got to say a big thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com, JanoRadio.com, MadMusicHouse.com. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube Live. Thank you to everyone here with me on TikTok. Thank you for the likes, the gifts, the hearts, the everything, the follows. Thank you, thank you, thank you for our new followers right here on TikTok. I am asking everyone on TikTok and everyone on internet radio, if you have not yet subscribed to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel, I invite you to do so. On TikTok, the link is in the bio. For my internet radio listeners, just head on over to YouTube, look up Coffee in Tow, TOE, and subscribe to the Coffee in Tow channel. All right. Our next TikTok video in our TikTok Talk segment, Donald Trump says he's going to return to Afghanistan and take over the Bagram base. Let's take a listen to this one.
The United States might invade Afghanistan again. No, I'm not joking. According to Donald Trump today, he wants to retake Bagram Air Force Base about 40 kilometers north of Kabul because he thinks China's operating there. He said Bagram Air Force Base is one of the biggest air bases in the world. It has one of the biggest and most powerful runways, and we gave it up. And you know who's occupying it at the moment? China, because Biden gave it up. So we're going to keep that. We're invading a sovereign nation for a piece of pavement because you're upset that Biden did something. Now, for their part, the Taliban responded appropriately once again. They called Donald Trump's remarks emotional and said he should refrain from making statements based upon unsubstantiated information. No shit. American people have been saying that too. Thanks, Taliban, for reinforcing that. He said, Chinese troops are not present here, nor do we have any such pact with any country. We request that Trump's team explain to him and correct his information about Afghanistan. The airfield is controlled by the Islamic Emirate, referring to the Taliban government and not China. When the Taliban has to tell you you're being emotional and spreading misinformation, Donnie boy, you should probably listen. Because when somebody who should have no standing on the economic stage with the United States is telling you you're doing something wrong, you're doing something wrong.
When I saw that video, I was hysterical. I was laughing. Can you imagine the Taliban telling you you're doing something wrong? But what just happened, or what we just heard explained in simple terms, is what Adesoji always says: manufacturing consent. So you create a scene, right? And you market that scene. You send a message to the masses so that you can drum up support for that scene. And once you have drummed up enough support, it now gives you a leg to stand on. It now justifies your actions, the ones that you want to pursue, the ones you want to advance. Let's listen. Remember the clip we played earlier when we talk about Greenland? One way or another. So there was that threat to Greenland. Oh, we gonna get Greenland one way or another. It was the same threat that was positioned and posed to Canada, one way or another. It's the same rhetoric when we talk about Mexico, one way or another. That right there debunks everything else you ever said, because that right there is a threat. And people don't take kindly to threats. No one wants to feel threatened. There's a way, a diplomatic way to engage, and we need to uphold that standard. We need to. We cannot lose decorum. People lose respect for us. Nobody respects us when we operate that way. Nobody respects us when we're not able to, you know what? Let me stop before I get myself in trouble. Let me stop. America, the United States of America was once a well-respected country. And I want to believe there is the potential to reinstate that respect. But right now, as it stands, that respect is waning fast. We lost it in 2016. We regained some of it in when was it? 2020. And we're losing it again. We're losing it again. I worry that no one is able. Well, you know what? Then again, people are going to do what they want to do. I can talk to you all day long. I can give you advice all day long. I can counsel you all day long. I can sit with you, talk with you, dance with you, laugh with you all day long. But ultimately, the decision lies with the individual. They're the ones who are going to be making that choice. And then the rest of us, we either benefit or we feel the pains of said choices. No, sir. Everything is a choice. Next up in our TikTok Talk segment, Apple is being sued for forever chemicals in the iWatch wristband. I did not know that. Let me tell you something else. I love me some TikTok. Let's go ahead and listen to this one.
Major PSA, Apple is being sued in a class action lawsuit because the Apple Watch wristbands contain forever chemicals that are forever in your skin. So it says even on most of the higher end bracelets that come with that Apple Watch, everybody is wearing an Apple Watch. My kids, everybody, not my kids, but kids are. Thankfully, my kids don't have one, but it contains forever chemicals. And Apple is keeping this pretty quiet. I haven't heard anything. It's only here on the TikTokulin. So thank you to all my loyal TikTokulin supporters. As president of TikTok, it is my goal to get the information to we, the people, right? And not hide it from us. If there is forever chemicals, which are in almost everything, forever, ever. Yes, forever, ever. So if you're wearing an Apple iWatch, take it off now. Take the band off. Get a band that does not have forever chemicals. Maybe get some leather. Get a leather band. But the plastic is not good for you. I repeat, Apple is in a lawsuit. They're not talking about it. They don't want anybody to know about this. But Secret Service Sam lets the truth come to light. Secret Service Sam out. Samson for president of TikTok.
Tell me something that forever chemicals is not in. Stainless steel? Welcome, Dr. Keisha. Probably stainless steel. I don't know. Apple, why didn't we hear about this? And I'm not going to hide. I'm not going to pretend. I love me some Apple. I changed my band a long time ago. I wear a stainless steel band on my Apple Watch. But Apple. Well, what am I going to get out of that lawsuit? By the way, anybody gets any money out of the lawsuit from Apple yet? With regard to everybody get them 25 cents yet? Anybody? No, nobody? RoSolo said, I changed my band a while ago. I have a stainless steel band. Yep, stainless steel. Yep, that's what I have. These forever chemicals are killing us. You know, I saw a video too. Lord have mercy, me and the videos. But since we're in the TikTok Talk segment, saw a video where, and we've had this conversation. I think we had it last year, not last year, definitely the year before. We had a very in-depth conversation about the ingredients in our foods here in the US versus the foods in Canada and the foods in Europe. The same company, same manufacturer. The product that is made available here in the US with things you can't pronounce, the ingredients you can't pronounce. And when you do your research, they're chemicals. For example, there is one Color the Rainbow. I think you all know which product I'm talking about. Dr. Shan says, I never keep the original band yet. I think you all know the product I'm talking about. Taste the Rainbow. Started out in those red bags and now they have them in purple packaging too. They use artificial coloring here in the US to color that candy. But in Europe, the coloring is derived from fruits like berries, blackberries, blueberries, raspberries. Cereal. There's another cereal, red box. I think you know it, with the what's the name of that bird with the long beak? And it has that multicolored cereal. I think y'all know which one I'm talking about. The ingredients in that, the one that we get here in the US. So one long list of things. Thank you, Jack. That beautiful bird that is found in Costa Rica. But yeah, check the label in Europe. Natural ingredients. Why are we killing ourselves? Why are we allowed to kill ourselves here? I mean, sorry, to unalive ourselves. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting the wrong words. Why are we allowed to unalive ourselves here through the food that we are eating? And these bodies that are put in place, these institutions that are put in place, these governing institutions that are put in place to see to it that we're healthy. China making friends with everyone below the US. The US will not give up Cuba easily. That's true. That's true. Boxer Mom says, watch Dark Waters on Netflix, and it caused cancer. My husband got Parkinson's from TCE chemical. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to hear, Boxer Mom. We spoke here about sanitary supplies. Remember, it was last year. Yeah, where they brought up a particular sanitary supply. I think it was sanitary napkins and liners. That there is a toxin in there, a carcinogen, and that it contributes to hormone imbalance, women, cervical cancer, irregularities with our menstrual cycles. And we also spoke about another situation where there was the discontinuation of a particular ingredient or dye. It was a dye in the foods. Parents, I'm going to ask, turn their attention to us for a second. I'm going to have a conversation with parents just for a second. And anyone, we made poor choices. It is time for us to turn the ship around. Turn it, Adriana, turn the ship around. Endocrine disruptors. Thank you. That's the scientific, the gynecological term. Endocrine disruptors. I'll never forget the Rasta man in Jamaica who said, foreign things bring foreign problems. We're running down foreign things. All we're doing is taking up foreign illnesses. And it is true. You know, we heard it years ago and everybody laugh at it. Because those of us who are from the Caribbean in particular, we believe that everything coming from overseas is better for you, healthier. No. Yes, Ja, red dye number 3 and 40. These artificial colorings, we need to stay away from them. These, you know what, we spoke about the foods that we're consuming yesterday. And I think every day we're going to hear something that will probably further that conversation or lend to that conversation. We need to demand that the companies that manufacture the foods that we are consuming, particularly because it's easier for us, right? Convenience. Let me put it that way. The convenience it provides us, especially for those of us who are working 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 jobs. And we not have the time. So we grab these things and we consume them, we give them to our children, not recognizing the effects that, you know, they have on our children's health, ours. We need to demand more. And just as we know how to boycott when they don't treat communities of color right, we should know how to boycott things that are unhealthy. And that way force them, because the only way you have change is when you hit the pockets. Yeah, man, the pocket make you wake up quick. Whoa, I'm losing money here. Okay, let me see what I can do to change. You change behavior by hitting the pockets, and that way you force them to do better, to care about their consumers upon whom they rely to facilitate their lifestyles. We can't live like them, we only facilitate their lifestyles. But the least they can do for us is at least keep us healthy. Keep us healthy for as long as you can. Because the longer we live is the more money we're going to make too. We don't need to think smart, The longer we live is the more money we're going to make. But I guess it's not practical for some people to think that way, right? Yeah. All right. And we covered the one with Trump wanting to pass a new law making oxytocin illegal. Let's pray that that one gets stopped in its tracks. That was our TikTok Talk segment. Now it is time for Business and Tech News. Our Business and Tech News is brought to you by Laura. I said the wrong one. Don't kill me, Prezi. Don't kill me. Wrong one. Our Business and Tech News segment is brought to you by grantcoffeehouse.com, who is also one of our co-sponsors. Head on over to grantcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInto20 at checkout. All right. First up, Trump's trade war draws swift retaliation as Mexico, Canada, and China impose tariffs on the U.S. We have a soundbite for this, courtesy of WSVN out of Miami.
Now at 5, President Trump prepares to deliver a primetime address to Congress and the American people as tariffs trigger a trade war.
Canadians are reasonable and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight.
And Ukraine's president offers a shifting strategy in the war with Russia. 7 News live in the nation's capital with the tariffs and tensions. Hello again and good evening. In just a few hours, the president will deliver his first address to a joint session of Congress since retaking the White House.
Just moments ago, there's been a new development regarding the tariffs the Trump administration just imposed. 7's Joe Rhodes has this breaking update. He is live in Washington, D.C. for us tonight. Joe.
And Belkis, it's unclear right now. This is a sign that the U.S. might be acquiescing here to Canada's threat to the north there. The Commerce Secretary coming out just moments ago and announcing that the U.S. will likely work to meet Canada and Mexico, quote, in the middle as far as these tariffs concerned. Remember, tariffs are taxes essentially placed on goods coming into the United States. Many economists predict that they will only impact and hurt American consumers. They have already sent the Dow tumbling over the last couple of days, and it is really straining our relationship with our neighbors to the north and the south.
This is some time to hit back hard.
Canada hitting back as stiff tariffs on them, Mexico, and China all went into effect Tuesday. Canada and Mexico both hit with 25% taxes on imports, with an earlier tariff placed on Chinese goods now doubled to 20%.
We don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you.
President Trump says all 3 countries failed to do enough to stem the flow of the deadly fentanyl, opioid, and chemicals that make the drug that find their way into the U.S. He continued warning against retaliatory measures, writing on social media, "Please explain to Governor Trudeau of Canada that when he puts on a retaliatory tariff on the U.S., our reciprocal tariff will immediately increase by a like amount."
So we believe in applying pressure to everybody to stop the killing, because that's what the president's policy is.
It comes as relations are also becoming strained with other U.S. allies, most notably Ukraine. President Trump halting all military aid to the country.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem.
After this contentious back and forth between him and Ukraine's president in the Oval Office Friday. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Tuesday the Oval Office blowup was, quote, regrettable, adding that he stands ready to work with President Trump to get lasting peace. This, as the president is set to address a joint session of Congress and the nation for the first time since being sworn into his second term. The commander-in-chief's team says the theme will be the, quote, renewal of the American dream and will likely touch on the president's executive actions on immigration, trade, foreign policy, as well as cutting federal spending with the help of tech billionaire Elon Musk, who will also attend the presidential address and be recognized by the president.
He's a great business person, and he's doing what he does in business. We got to create efficiency. That's what your government should be doing every year. We ought to create efficiencies. We ought to figure out how do we provide a better service at a lower price to the taxpayer every year.
Democrats hope to use the night to highlight those most affected by the cuts.
That these are not just nameless, faceless bureaucrats that are losing their jobs, but and the cuts to the programs are going to harm real people.
Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz bringing a South Florida man fired after 10 years working at the Social Security Administration. Donald Williams, a veteran, worried about the effects this cut will have on services he himself uses.
When I first joined the military, I raised my right hand and I gave oath to this country. Okay. I was told at that time that if I did everything that I was supposed to do in the military, once I get out, the United States government had a promise to me that they'll take care of my emotional, my physical needs.
All right, getting back to those tariffs for just a moment here, the Commerce Secretary announcing that some sort of agreement, this middle ground that he was talking about, could come as soon as Wednesday. That is the same day that President Trump is going to be meeting with GOP leaders along with Elon Musk over at the White House to talk about some of these cuts we've been seeing over the last month or so, as well as the federal budget. We're live in Washington, D.C. Joe Rotes, 7 News.
All right, so I want to go back to the beginning of the article real quick, because something was in a boxer mom was asking me what she said. So real quick, bear with me 1 second.
Now at 5, President Trump prepares to deliver a primetime address to Congress and the American people as tariffs trigger a trade war.
Canadians are reasonable and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight.
And Ukraine's president offers a shifting strategy in the war with Russia. 7 News live in the nation's capital with the tariffs and tensions. Hello again and good evening. In just a few hours, the president will deliver his first address to a joint session of Congress since retaking the White House.
Just moments ago, there's been a new development regarding the tariffs the Trump administration just imposed. 7's Joe Rotes has this breaking update. He is live in Washington, D.C.
All right, just the tariffs that were imposed. Thank you for the time check, Ja. Thank you for the time check. And that time check that Ja is talking about to my TikTokers, we have 6 minutes to get off internet radio. We do stream live on QMZradio.com, JanoRadio.com, and MadMusicHouse.com. And since I'm bringing them up, let me just let you, to everyone listening online radio, we invite you, once 1 o'clock comes around and the live stream ends, join us on YouTube Live or on TikTok Live. And don't forget to subscribe to our Coffee in Tow YouTube channel. For those of you listening online, head on over to Coffee in Tow. Head on over to YouTube, look for Coffee in Tow, subscribe. For you on TikTok, if you have not yet subscribed to the Coffee in Tow YouTube channel, I invite you to do so by clicking the link in the bio and go right on ahead. And you know what you do. Hit the subscribe button, turn on your notifications so you know when we are live. And thank you, by the way, for all the new followers and new subscribers. We appreciate you. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the engagement. Enjoy it all. Yeah. So, I think I saw something that he is going to be revisiting, right? And this goes back to what I said earlier. You have to think before you act. Don't be so quick to jump the gun. Don't be so quick to repeal, strike down, move away from, disassociate. Don't be so quick to do those things. Think things through. Think about the impact. Because you have an issue with one thing, everybody is going to suffer for it. especially those who can barely afford to make them two-hand clap. Another saying we have in Jamaica: one hand cannot clap, but two hands can clap when we work together. We have to think about those, the most vulnerable amongst us. How are they going to be impacted? And with tariffs in place, every single thing from a pin to an anchor, A to Z, everything in between will be impacted. May I ask you, may I tell you? Don't think that you will escape it. Some companies, because of the size of the organizations, they're able to spread it even more. But everything is going to go up by 20 to 25%. We're not going to escape it. There are some companies who may try to buffer it with the hope for a little bit, because no company now go dip into their profits too much, because companies like when at the end of the fiscal year, their fiscal year, they're able to make a report to their shareholders and give back good dividends and returns on investments. They are thinking about that before them think about you. Remember that. No make ghosts fool you. But let us say there are some organizations who have the capacity and the capability to be able to say, no, let us see how we can stave off the effects of this on our consumers. We're going to absorb a percentage of it. They may very well do that, and I hope they will. We're supporting us so long. That's a give back to us, the community, the consumers. But everything is going to be affected. No make ghosts fool you. Don't make ghosts fool you one bit. All right. I'm going to go ahead and do the internet radio wrap up. Please bear with me, YouTube Live and TikTok Live. Go ahead, Mr. President. Real quick.
No company is not going to do that. Forget it. Nobody's going to come and take a loss and not pass on what, a 10%, a 25%. You know how much that is?
That's wishful
Come on.
thinking. No, I said a portion.
Wishful, very wishful.
I said a portion. Like when them give me 20% off in the store.
It depends on the elasticity of the good. So sometimes the demand, if it depends on demand and supply, but more than likely, most people would pass it on, especially with all the hype. And given that they have an excuse to pass on the cost and blame the government, I don't think anybody will eat that cost.
All right.
Some people may.
All right, hold tight, Mr. President. I have to wrap up on air. It's almost 1 o'clock. I do apologize. Hold on to your point. Don't let it go, because we're going to continue on YouTube Live and TikTok Live. Just a moment, folks. I will be right back with you. All right. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Over here on YouTube Live or on TikTok. This is where the live stream comes to an end. Have a wonderful rest of the day. All right, back with you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for your patience. I've almost missed the ending.
Yeah, I'm saying it's possible, but given the percentages and stuff, it's highly unlikely. Especially in this kind of climate, people might scale back on production, scale back on operations, but to absorb that cost, I don't see it happening.
No? All right. A pity. Such a pity. In the words of what's your name? Tanya Stevens. Really such a pity indeed, you know. Profits before people. That's the business model we've been operating under. Welcome, Nicole. That's the business model we have been operating under. Will we ever move away from it? No. And let me be honest, you do have some business owners who do put their people over profits. They really do. Not many, but there are a few. Few and far between. All right, our next article out of the business and tech segment brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. The CFPB drops its case against payment app Zelle. In another sign of a Trump pivot, this no sounds safe. Let's go ahead and read this one, courtesy of NPR. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has dropped its lawsuit against the operator of payment platform Zelle and 3 of its parent banks in the latest move by the Trump administration to undo actions of the Bureau's prior leadership. The Bureau had filed the lawsuit in late December against the operator of Zelle, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo for failing to protect consumers from widespread fraud. Customers of the top 3 banks lost more than $870 million, yes, you heard me right, over 7 years due to the bank's failures to protect them. This is about financial institutions fulfilling their basic obligations to protect customers' money and help fraud victims recover their losses. That was according to then CFPB Director Rohit Chopra at the time. These banks broke the law by running a payment system that made fraud easy and then refusing to help the victims. However, that was then. On Tuesday, the administration dropped its case against Zelle, according to a filing in U.S. District Court in Arizona. Zelle and its parent banks are just the latest enforcement target to be abandoned by the CFPB, which is currently led by Acting Director Russell Vaught. Last week, the Bureau dropped cases it was litigating against 5 companies, including Capital One, Rocket Homes, and others. It had earlier dropped its case against online lending platform Solo Funds. The CFPB has also been decimated in a matter of weeks, with agencies' employees ordered to stop work essentially, all work, while some 150 employees have been fired. The Bureau's DC headquarters has also been shuttered. A spokesperson for Zelle said it welcomed the CFPB's decision to drop the case, stating that this lawsuit was without merit and legally and factually flawed. But consumer advocates decried the move, dismissing this lawsuit against the big banks that own Zelle is another troubling sign that the CFPB's new leadership is dramatically pulling back from enforcing the law and protecting consumers who have been mistreated by banks and other financial firms. Fraud has become increasingly common on payment apps like Zelle, and consumers have little chance of recovering their money from their bank if they get tricked into sending a payment to scammers. All I gotta say is they don't really care about us. On that note, folks, I can only say to you, you have to protect yourselves as best as you can so that you're not scammed. People will call you from numbers that may look familiar. Whoops, excuse me, almost frightened myself. People will call you from numbers that will look familiar. People will doctor up letters or emails and send them to you. They capture a financial institution's logo and will insert it. But pay attention, folks. We have to be more vigilant. We have to be extremely vigilant. And it's so funny, as I'm talking to you, I got an alert. Got a message. I'm not going to read it out, you know. I'm going to call it out if you know I listen. QUSSKGWAKOZZIM 1979 at Outlook. Yeah, you. Just come through at 12:16 p.m. QUSSKGWAKOZIM 1979 at Outlook.com. Send me a message. right? To say that my son passed final reminder. You have an outstanding toll. Your toll account, and of course, I can't read the rest because I now open the message because I now come to me with a foolishness. Removing yourself, please, and thank you. Don't send me another text message. I'm not the one to scam. Find somebody else, not me. Go find. You get the same message. You get the same message too. And I got a message like this last month. And folks, yes, let me bring it to your attention if you're not aware. The new scam, or one of the new scams, is you are going to be getting a message that you owe tolls. All when you know have care, you get a message say your toll account. The first one I got back last month, Mr. President, same get one. So I say the chopper them there, them busy. The scammers are busy. Go look at job. Use your creativity for good. But listen, folks, back to what I was saying. Pay attention to the text messages that you get. Do not open them. Just go ahead and swipe and delete. Delete and report. Block them if you can. Remove them. Do not respond to any emails that you get telling you you owe something that you know owe. Do not respond to any messages telling you that you have won any lotters in which you know you have not engaged. And especially our elderly. They're gonna do. But to everybody, do not take on a money, on a hard-earned money, out on a savings account and put it into an investment vehicle that promises you 100% return on your money, 50% return on your money. Be careful. Proceed with caution. Go ahead, Mr. President.
Just a point of information. Anytime you receive any call, any text, any emails from any institution, financial or otherwise, that you do business with, do not reply to the link in your email. Do not reply to the link in the text. Do not speak to the people on the phone. Put down and look for the official number for the institution. Call them directly or get in contact with them the way you usually get in contact with them.
Yes.
The minute time you reply to these messages, you click on the links provided, etc. Trust me, they will put you to pages and they will take you to people that will sound exactly like those of your institution. And they will scam you. So once you find something is not right, or if the bank just calling you out of the blue, say, okay, thanks for the information, put down. Call back your bank from your regular number. That's one thing. Another thing with investments, the S&P 500, which is the most diversified portfolio on the stock market, gives you an average of 10% annually in a good year.
In a good year.
Between 8 and...
Go ahead, Mr. President. Sorry. Go ahead.
Over a period of time, it balances back out to about 10%. It could be lower or higher, okay? So if you have somebody that is going to bid the market or bid the S&P 500 by 500%, that genius is not calling you for your $2. Just know that. Nobody is going to call you. Anybody that can make money easily or freely is not contacting you because they're trying to help you for the goodwill of people to make money too. You is the money-making scheme. So just be mindful of that. I yield.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. And, you know, a lot of times we have to acknowledge or, you know, highlight this. A lot of times people get caught when they're in a desperate mode. Out of desperation, they act. Be very careful, folks. Do not do anything out of desperation. Don't do it. Protect yourselves. All right. Welcome, Jeff. Finally, Finally. So you were trying to get on which device? Your computer?
The iPad.
And it wouldn't allow you?
It wouldn't let me answer the request to join to speak. I
You
don't
know
know.
what? I wonder if that's what James was using. I need to find out from him if he was using an iPad, and that's probably why he couldn't get to accept the request either. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, John. Well, good to have you here on the stage with us. Good to have you. Good to have you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. All right. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let us keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. The next article that we have, but yeah, before I move on, sorry, the one we just finished talking about, the CFPB drops its case against payment app Zelle in another sign of a Trump pivot. All right. So we just wrapped up that one. The next article we have for you in our business and tech segment, Auto Association president says plants will close within a week. Hey, Lord have mercy. Thanks to the tariffs. FAFO. I need to make that a segment, the FAFO segment.
What that was China paying the tariff?
Folks, we're 3,000 likes away from 10,000, which is our daily goal. We need to tap up the screen on TikTok. By the way, I hope everyone here on TikTok has already subscribed to the YouTube channel. If not, please go right ahead and click the link in the bio and do so. Stop being facetious. According to MSN.com on Tuesday morning, March 4, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau announced that his country is enacting a 25% tariff on goods imported into Canada from the United States. Of course, this is in response to a 25% tariff on Canadian goods that was ordered by US President Donald Trump and went into effect that same day. Trudeau declared, "To my fellow Canadians, I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough." According to Trudeau, $155 billion worth of goods imported into Canada will be subject to the new 25% tariff. Trump's tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and mainland China will, according to economists, make a wide range of goods more expensive, from electronics to cars. And according to Flavio Volpe, president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, assembly plants in both Ontario, Canada, and the Midwestern United States may close because of the US president's tariff policy. In an interview with Canada's CTV News, Volpe warned if those tariffs come in on cars, what we learned in 2020 when the pandemic hit and in 2022 when the Ambassador Bridge was closed, is you can't make the cars without all the parts. So if you're making 6 or 7% profit and your customer says you have to pay a 25% surtax on what you are shipping, you're not going to ship. And if you don't ship, there isn't an alternative. I don't think a lot of people understand this. Do you know that a car goes to different assembly plants? It's not always all assembled at one plant. It may start in Mexico, and I don't remember the order, but it may start in Mexico, be sent up to Canada, and then finished in the US. May start in the US, have to go to Canada, down to Mexico, and then come back to the US. And I didn't know that. So can you imagine whop, 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 in the words of why name? A skilly bang? So can you imagine 20% coming in from Mexico, 20%, then it gets up to Canada, then we have to bring it in another 20%. That's what, not 40 that.
This morning, one of the major manufacturers to car parts, I believe the company was called Laval, Laval, something like that. He said that he is taxed when the supply come from the US to ship to Canada. And then when he converts it into what's needed for the car and ship back, there is no way he's going to be able to survive to be double taxed.
So you know what's going to happen, Ja? We're going to see car lots filled with cars. And you know what's going to happen to them? They are carrying a debt to have those cars on the lots. You know that?
Exactly.
Okay.
And they also, for some reason, they claim that it's going to be worse here in Texas as far as what we would have to pay on taxes to purchase a new car. So just pray that mine will keep going until the wheels fall off, as the saying goes.
Phones are going to go up. Me show you the phone, how it did open up yesterday. Me show you the day before yesterday. And
Did you get your new phone yet?
Girl, it came last night. It was
Look
delivered.
at you,
The technician brought it last night and
What?
set it up, hand delivered to my house. Came at 7:30. Well, no, like 7 o'clock last night. Very nice fellow. Big up yourself. I forgot his name. Very nice fellow. He showed up. Yes, they said they were going to come between 7 and 9 p.m. He showed up a little bit after 7, brought the phone, set it up for me, and went on his merry way. It cost me $200 and something, which I don't have to pay until May when they put it on the phone bill.
You got white glove service.
Yes, I did. And so it was a 6S. The phone was a 6S. I have to run to the UPS store to send back the one. So them not lick me with a $130 charge. And they upgraded me to a 14 plus charge. So this better last another 10 years. And the 6 plus is for which year, Ja? A couple years, man? Okay.
20 years ago.
Yeah, phone have to mash up. Phone have to slow right down. Phone have to stop work for me to go into a store and say I'm getting an upgrade. That's just me. I'm sorry. I think about the earth too. And how the things are obtained, right? Yeah. So everything is gonna go up. So those cars, Ja, I'm glad you brought that up. Because a lot of people think a car is made, everything is made in one part. No, the varying components come from different parts of the world.
Yes, they start off one place, they're built another place, and then they're sent back to that same place.
Do you know too, Ja, that sometimes the car all of it got China? Or sometimes the cars are coming from China unfinished and have to go to Mexico or Canada and then get finished there. So what is this madness we're doing? All because we're saying we're penalizing Canada and Mexico and China for F to the A to the nil? The F to the E to the nil. Sorry, I can't even spell the word. I can't say it out. But F to the E to the nil.
I wrote in the chat earlier, this is a person that just has a big ego. And his ego is taking the place of where his brain should be.
You have a personal, it's like we are being sacrificed, penalized, held hostage for personal vendettas.
It's like the short man getting out of a big truck. The United States is his big truck.
Napoleon syndrome? That's what they tell me I have sometimes because yes, I'm short. And short people them say come in like we are like the Yorkies. We come short. Them say we have attitude problem. I don't know.
Woman, in all fairness to him, he said what he would have done.
True.
And he was voted in to do what he said he would have done.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference now is that what he's doing is affecting some of the people that voted in him. And somehow they thought they was exempt.
Mm-hmm.
So let us see how it goes.
Can you see my logo?
Are we going to be saying this for the next 4 years?
Yeah, but what can we say, Ja? What else can we say? In the midterm, I know they would lose a lot of seats. Hopefully they lose one of the chambers, but what else can you do? For the next 4 years, you just have to suck it up, do what best you can, work with the people around you, form alliances that you can form, insulate yourself as much as possible. But that would be business as usual for the next 4 years. And if you feel bad, just go and read Animal Farm. It might be a little comforting.
Yeah. Animal Farm. Animal Farm. 4 legs what? Good. 2 legs what? Better. What else? Oh, by the way, if you're interested in going to Barbados to live for a year to get away from this madness, you're able to work remotely, and you make, I think, $50,000 or $60,000 a year. Head on over to www.coffeeinto.com. When you get there, click the resources tab. There is a link there with all the information that you need when we talk about working remotely in Barbados. All right. So I think we need a break. We need a break. Some of us need a break. And I'm going to tell you, your 60,000 will go a far way over there. Take a break from paying $1,800 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment, especially if you're in Miami. If you're in South Florida, yeah, $1,800 a month, and that does not include electricity. Take a break from paying car insurance of $300 and something a month for one vehicle. Take a break from the light bills of $300 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment. And you're not even there. Yeah, work. And I'm telling you what people are complaining about. Take a break. You don't own a house. You don't own a car. Take a break. Take your money and make your 60,000 stretch. You would think you are a millionaire in the islands. Not lying. Not lying. And you know what? You get to eat organic food, breathe fresh air, hit that reset button, go to the beach every day if you want to, every weekend if you want to. If you're able to work remote, I invite you. Again, head on over to www.coffeeinto.com, go to the resources tab, and it's the very first link you're going to see. Work remotely in Barbados. And any other country you want to go to. There's so many countries who are trying to encourage people to come there. If you work remote, come. Because them feel the pain. Them see what we have got through. We need a mental break. Mr. President and Ja, yes, Ja, for the next 4 years. We're going to have to suck it up. It is what it is. Unfortunately, it is what it is. And that was our business and tech segment brought to you by grandcoffeehouse.com. Head on over to www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Shop today. Get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. And now it's time for our health and science news brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And that is LAURMEL, skinfood.com. First story, in a sudden reversal, the CDC rescinds some staff firings. Let's go ahead and get into this one, courtesy of NPR. Just, you know what, hold on, I need to fix something here on YouTube. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I need to change my slide over there and change my banner too. All right, health and science news. Okay, let's get back to it. So, according to NPR.org, just a few weeks after summarily firing hundreds of employees, the Trump administration is now notifying some staff at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that they're back on the job. Oh, jeez, have mercy. Who was the one that recommended their firing?
The black cap man.
And I agree with you, Ja. They need to pay people for the days dismissed from, the days that they were home, pay them.
They need to reinstate all their benefits and add an extra week vacation pay.
1 week? How about 2 weeks? How about 2 weeks?
I'll be kind and say 1.
No, me not kind of backside. On Tuesday afternoon, an unknown number of CDC staff began receiving emails stating that their letters of termination were being rescinded. This is according to emails reviewed by NPR and interviews with more than half a dozen sources at the agency who were not authorized to speak publicly. As a result, your physical and logical access has been restored, and you are cleared to return to work on Wednesday, March 5th. The email states, we apologize for any disruption that this may have caused. You know, I agree, Ja. How can they apologize to us? Did they really think it prudent to do what they did? CDC?
It wasn't the CDC.
We know that.
It was Black Cap Man.
What am I thinking about? What's her name song? Black Cat. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon.
So I don't understand how they thought that firing a workforce of experience was a good idea. You don't train a person, a scientist, a physician in a day, a year, a week. It takes so many times. And there are other people who are also help us. Like I actually know someone who works for the CDC. She was on loan to the WHO. She had been working in Geneva. And since January 20th, she had not worked and they had called her back to Atlanta. You know, so she has a skill set that crosses multiple institutions. She works for the CDC and still the World Health Organization is borrowing her from the CDC to help them in what they do. But you just called her back to do what? So I gotta reach out to her today and see, because she was like, the whole place is in turmoil. So I know she was on her way back from Switzerland because they had called her back and she's like, I don't even know if I'm gonna have a job. You know, so I do keep in touch with her. So I gotta reach out to her today and see where she is now in this process. Because this is crazy. You cannot dismantle institutions that have been at the helm of healthcare, global healthcare. It's not just us. If they think that we are an island and what happens over there doesn't happen over here, so we don't need to do anything, and we can just dismantle the CDC and prevent the CDC from talking to the World Health Organization, dismantle USAID, and think that that's going to result in a positive light for us, they have to think again. It's just, I don't know. And it's not anyone with any sense that are making these decisions, because they would not make these decisions.
They're trying to prove a point. As he said in the comments, it's about showing off power and deregulation for the goal of profit over people. The goal is then to privatize everything. I agree with that. Also, there was another comment. Where did I see? But yeah.
But how you can't privatize everything. You cannot. There's some things that have to be under government regulation, like public health.
Yeah. They're not thinking. And I don't know what the credentials are of the Black Cap Man. The Black Cap Man. What Black Cap Man? I don't know what his qualifications are.
He's friends with the president.
There
Sorry,
you
Dr.
go.
Sharon.
No, there you go. That's it. That's all those are his credentials. Because apparently you don't need anything else. So because you're not credentialed to figure out how the CDC works. You're not credentialed to figure out how the organization works together to prevent things like C-19, to be on the forefront and look for diseases that are emerging and talk to other organizations in other countries.
But why should we be alarmed? Hold on a second. Let's backtrack for a second. Let's go back in time. It's the bottom of the hour. Let's go back in time for a second. 2020. C19 actually started in C19. That's why it's called C19. When such and such was advised that there is this pending issue that is of grave concern, what happened? You remember the response? It was what? Politicized. It was said, who was making up stories? You remember that?
Can I just interject? You know that they knew in October or November
They knew.
2019?
Thank you.
Okay. They knew.
We know.
October and November 2019 of what was coming on the horizon. And they started actually Emory in Atlanta because they had dealt with Ebola, was actually one of the first places who were completely prepared to deal with C19. And they tried to help the administration and they resisted. Hence, we now ended up with over 1 million people in this country unaliving for no goddamn reason. That could have been, it could have turned out so much different, but the leadership sets the tone.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we here?
Mm-hmm.
How did we get here?
Mm-hmm. 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 And we forgot.
Somebody says it's a situationship. I'm done.
It's a what? What
and we forgot.
It's a situationship.
Somebody put it's a situation. Yeah.
I put that, Dr. Sharon. That's what their relationship is.
A situationship.
That's all it is.
Yeah. How about a sinking ship?
That too.
It is a sinking ship. This is just, I don't, I need to go check my blood pressure. And I don't have high, and I'm not hypertensive, but I need to go get my blood pressure checked.
Again, you can't reason with people who never considered you with their reasons. Yeah, I'll never forget. The person, the individual was busy golfing. And when they got the notice, thank you for the follow, Nicole. And I invite you to click the link in the bio and subscribe to our YouTube channel as well. Thank you. Yeah, but not forget. I'm not forgetting the man busy at golf and said no, so it's the Democrats who are creating propaganda. That time, we don't already know set in the boat. And what was the bell? Ding, 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 ding. 19. Just say the number 19. Because you can't have something born in 20 called 19. That alone is a dead giveaway. And then the more you listened to things and you listened to the different networks and you listened to the different medical professionals, you realized it had to have been around for a couple of months. Well,
and then decided that all we need to do is drink Clorox to feel better.
And shine light up in our bam bam. Bam bam. What a bam bam. Dun, 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 dun. They got them the one to do. Shine light up in our bam bam and drink Clorox. And I'll never forget the look on the faces of it was Dr. Fauci and somebody else. And I laugh after me. I say, me know me can't sing. That's why me laugh after myself. Listen, I'll never forget the look on Dr. Fauci's face and the other lady who was sitting next to him when the said person turned to him and said, I recommended drinking bleach and turning light. The look on the faces was like, what on earth is this person saying?
Him can't go drink the bleach.
Probably not what he drank.
Welcome him. Thanks. I'm so done.
Bam bam, what a bam bam. I'm talking for it Ozzy, I'm talking. I won't make you suffer, yeah, under my voice. Because I can tell you this, if I was a singer, no would have known me, not this way. Me would have a tour and a twerk at the same time. Listen. Oh, geez, sometimes we have to laugh, yeah? We have to laugh sometimes. We have to laugh to get away from the reality that is called madness. Well, as NPR reported, around 750 CDC workers, mostly those who were still in their probationary periods were fired last month, citing inadequate performance as the justification. You see the lie them? I don't like lying. Why lie to the people? And then you're coming back to rescind. You've been reinstated. Run me my money. Me miss 5 days work. Run me my money, right, Ja? Run me my coins.
So wait a minute. Has it been a month? So if it's a month,
No,
then
not.
they
I
owe
don't
me
think it's a
2
month.
extra weeks.
I don't think it's a month. Me no business. Run me my money. And while I had to put 2 extra week of vacation, 2 extra week of
Exactly.
vacation time, and
And
up my
guess
pay.
what? The first week I come in, I'm going to put in a vacation for the next 2 weeks.
That part. You can't play with people's lives like this. Do they understand the emotional roller coaster that they put the federal workers on? Do they understand that? We ourselves are on an emotional roller coaster.
I have some friends that work for several different agencies and they have been stressed out, and it's really not a good feeling that you're sitting there and you're wondering what's going to happen to yourself as well as your family. And it's not just them, because the children are being disrupted in school as well.
Who cares, right? We have to care about ourselves, people. We have to care about ourselves. All right, next up, men up front and center. Your time on a mat like this. In our health and science segment, brought to you by LormelSkinFood.com for a natural, beautiful you. Yes, Ozzy, birthright citizenship on the thread too. But back to another comment Ozzy made. Listen, he is a federal worker. Audit him to fire him too. But he's a federal worker that calls all the federal workers back into the office. Why isn't he in office? How is it that one of the federal workers, eyeliner, how is it that eyeliner, after 1 week on the job, or not, went on vacation in Vermont? And of course, they could not stay because the protesters came out. 1 week on the job and you need vacation already. You're tired? Tired from doing what? Vacation. And you saw the security detail at taxpayers' expense, right? To go on this vacation, to go skiing that you couldn't go on.
Are you serious? I did not see that story.
Look it up. It's on TikTok. Vermont, you see the signs with the protesters out. Oh, they had some signs. I'm telling you, they had some signs, and they lined the streets. They showed up at the hotel. They don't want him there in Vermont.
Meanwhile, all those federal employees that you fire can't afford a vacation at this time. They're in survival mode. And everyone who works for the federal government are in survival mode. They're stressed out because am I getting an email tonight? Am I going to be the next one on the chopping block? This is crazy.
While he's trying to go on, well, he went on vacation but couldn't go to the vacation, going skiing. And skiing is expensive, you know, right? Okay. Yeah, so the
He
people
ain't paying for it.
Well, no, from my understanding, because I had that question, from my understanding, he pays for the vacation.
But the security detail.
But the security detail is paid for by taxpayers' dollars. The other matter of concern is security detail for the numerous flights back and forth from Florida to Washington, so that our dearly beloved can play golf, right? And then the other matter of concern, I don't know if you saw the video. So Black Cap Man and his beloved mother and his security detail that he wears around his neck on Air Force One, the helicopter, using that for them personal travel. Yeah, that's over there. That's over there. The videos are there. I'm not pulling anything out of the air. It's all over social media. And when Black Cap Man disembarked with his security detail that he wears around his neck, everywhere he goes. I don't know if it's the only one out of 14 that he you know, he has 14 security detail members, but that's the one he parades around. He and his mother waving, yeah, waving like it's some celebrity walk.
Why does he need 14 security details?
Okay, you missed
Why
the
does he
point.
need
He
14
has,
men?
okay, hold on, John. He wears one around his neck. What does he carry around his neck everywhere he goes? What did he carry to the Oval Office that was picking its nose?
His son.
He has 14 children. That's his security detail.
Okay.
You know, we have to speak in code sometimes.
That's his vest. That's his shield.
He call it security detail. Putting
But
that
he
child at risk.
But so this is my question. He doesn't have security clearance to do his job at Doge. What kind of security clearance he has?
The money, the $200 and something million.
Oh, okay.
That he's recouping by getting more contracts.
Okay.
See? My father always tell me, say, he who has the money has the power. And he not lying.
Power.
He who has the money has the power. And it's so funny because years later, me hear Jay-Z put something similar in a song. And it's true. He who has the money has the power. All right, next up, men. You're up front and center. Men with higher quality sperm live longer, a study has found, they're saying. According to theguardian.com, sperm may be the canaries in the coal mine for male health. According to research that reveals men with higher quality semen live longer. Danish scientists analyzed samples from nearly 80,000 men and found that those who produced more than 120 million swimming particles per release lived 2 to 3 years longer than those who produced fewer than 5 million. The men with the highest quality lived to 80.3 years old on average, compared to 77.6 for those with the poorest quality. It really seems to be that the better the quality, the longer the survival. That's according to an epidemiologist at Copenhagen University Hospital. The finding implies that the quality reflects a man's broader health and how likely he is to succumb to medical conditions later in life. On every measure of quality the researchers checked, poorer quality was linked to earlier death. The men in the study had their semen analyzed between 1965 and 2015 after they reported problems starting a family with their partner. The samples were assessed for volume, concentration, shape, and proportion of motile or swimming. Some of the men produced none at all. Others had very good quality. Using national registers, the researchers tracked the men's health for up to 50 years after their semen tests. There were 8,600 deaths in the follow-up period, amounting to 11% of the group. Nearly 60,000 of the men provided semen samples between 1987 and 2015, and their records held more information, such as education level and any medical conditions diagnosed in the 10 years prior to the analysis. The link between poor quality and an earlier death was not explained by any diseases diagnosed in the decade before testing, nor by the men's education level, which often reflects socioeconomic status and to some extent lifestyle factors such as smoking, diet, or exercise. Priscorn said that while the data did not shed light on the potential biological mechanisms, conditions in the womb may be important. In this scenario, factors that affect the baby's development would harm both their semen and wider health in later life. The researchers now want to find out which diseases are more common in men with poor quality. If particular conditions are identified, doctors could ultimately advise men on preventative action should the analysis show that they are at risk. So, men, you all worry about yourselves, your jewels.
But moments. This is in Denmark, though. It's Danish men, right?
We don't know if it's all Danish men. We don't know. Being in Denmark doesn't necessarily mean being in Denmark. Sorry, does not necessarily mean it's only Danish men that they got the sample from. It could be a global analysis that's done, but it's headquartered in, or the lab is in Denmark.
Okay, I was just wondering if I needed to move.
You probably should. Life is better there, they say. More freedom. Yeah, but I'm not going to assume that it's specific to Danish men. I'm not going to assume that until we have more information. We get an idea of what the sample bank looks like in terms of demographics, ethnicities, so on and so forth. All right, so it's important that men with poor quality do not panic, but take the opportunity to discuss any concerns with their fertility specialists or family doctor. As they get older, they should also be encouraged to engage with any offer of any healthcare screening which is offered to them. Men, quality of life, lifestyle changes, your diet, your activity levels, your frequency of activity. But your dad, how much alcohol are you consuming? That can affect you too. Don't take that for granted, right? Cut down. Some want to drink too much. I'm not telling a lie. Some want to drink too much. I have seen men, when we go to the H to the OOTERS, which is not the same anymore. And I hear that they're threatened with bankruptcy. They might be filing bankruptcy. It was back. That place used to be nicer back in the day. Back in the 90s, 2000s. Sorry, the 2000s used to be nicer. But you would watch men there.
That's the naked truth.
Hey, Mr. President. I haven't heard from you in a while.
He's busy at work. Mr. President. No, but seriously, I would watch men drink pictures and upon pictures and pictures. I like 5 pictures coming out. Go. Drinking. Come on, gentlemen. Preserve your future, right? Preserve the quality of your future.
Okay, I was going to say something, but I'll change my mind.
Yeah, because we're still on air. We're on TikTok. And listen, we have to be so careful because a lot of times it's not just the people who are inside the club where we're all fam. It's outside the club. A lot of people watch from the outside of the club. So we might think, even though it's 8 of us in here, 9 of us in here, we might think it's just the 9 of us. Not at all. This is a different kettle of fish from Clubhouse fan base. Yeah, here there are people on the outside of the club.
I'm gonna have to go to my dictionary.
Watching the club. Inside the club, we all fam, but on the outside, yeah, we have a lot of people watching on the outside. And plus we have YouTube too. So we really have to sense ourselves. Stay off the couch. That's what AT put on YouTube. Stay off the couch. AT, you're a hot mess. You are a hot mess. But yes, I agree with you, Ozzy. Eat your fruits and your vegetables, your nuts. Try to consume organic stuff as much as you have access to. Please, right? Make wise choices, a balanced diet. Easy upon the take it easy with the sugars, take it easy with the salts, all right? Everything in moderation. The fried foods, please be careful with that if you can indulge more. I'm not saying eliminate, but if you can indulge more in grilled, sauteed, and be careful what you're using to saute your fats, right? What the oils you're using, be careful with those as well. So we just have to do a little more research to ensure that we are feeding our bodies the right things. And for those of you who have women in your lives and your women, take care of your meals, see to it that you eat healthy. Both of you sit down and do the research together, and talk to your healthcare professionals. Dr. Sharon says hypertension and diabetic control are important. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
And men with a prostate, have your prostate checked.
Yes.
On colon cancers and your colonoscopy.
Yes.
Because I think that cancer is 100% preventable. Dr. Sharon could correct me if I'm wrong, but we need to do our annual checkup. Everybody, not just the men. We all have to do our annual checkup. Doesn't mean you're sick. Get it done.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you for that, Mr. President. It's also colon cancer prevention month. Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Sharon. So this month is the month to schedule. What did we do in January? Was it January? We spoke about prostate, right? Mr. President, we were pushing.
Oh, the women, you did the
cervical exams.
Yes.
Yes, to get your OBGYN exams. That was what we pushed heavily in January. So this month we are pushing colon cancer prevention. Please, folks, schedule your colonoscopies. Talk to your healthcare providers. If you are over a certain age, you don't have to get a referral. You are able to schedule with a gastroenterologist. Go ahead and get that done. Please and thank you. Please and thank you, folks. Yes, we spoke about cervical cancer in January. Every day we were pushing it. Women, schedule your OBGYN visits. It's important. Early detection is key. This month, colonoscopies, folks. That's the drive. We're pushing that. Schedule your colonoscopies. Me I beg you not do. Is it age 50 or 40 where you are? I think it's 50. Age
No, it's
50.
not. Let me just interject quickly. No. So the recommendation for a colonoscopy is age 45, right? However, if you have a family history, let's say you have a person who was diagnosed in your family, like a primary relative, mother, father, sister, brother, at let's say age 50, then your first colonoscopy should be 10 years before that, should be age 40. However, that genetic history, the family history really is important. So make sure you see a doctor. You might even need genetic testing. So you got to really delve into your family history so that you're getting the screening at the appropriate time, but no later than 45 years old.
No later. Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Sharon. And I want to say, I think at the age of 50, you don't need your healthcare provider. You can go straight to a gastroenterologist. So you have no excuse. So if we know anybody over 50 and over, encourage them to schedule an appointment with a gastroenterologist to get it done. When you have the deductions that come out on a paycheck weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, take advantage of the provisions, all right? 45, get it done. Please and thank you. No excuses. So we're all going to hold ourselves accountable, making sure that we schedule those appointments for ourselves and our loved ones. Okay? All right. So that article wraps up our Health and Science News segment, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. And I have one reminder. Tonight. Let me jump over here so I can grab the correct information. Going down tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube, Adesoji Speaks Knowledge. It's the Woman and Resistance podcast with himself and Sister Aya, who is an esquire over there in the lovely state of Texas. They have been honoring women who have been instrumental in the change or in changes that have taken place throughout the decades or the centuries. These changes we are benefactors of, we're beneficiaries of. We have gained because of their tenacity, because of their vision, because of their belief and their fortitude. We have benefited significantly to this day, and we honor them. Let me go ahead here and get the right information. Information. You can tell I'm Jamaican. I say information. We change up the pronunciation of our words. Yes, women and resistance. WAR. WAR. So coming up later on, 7 p.m. Eastern. Again, I'm inviting everyone to head on over to YouTube to support Adesoji, as tonight they're going to be talking about Lorraine. No, they did Lorraine Hansberry. They did Billie Holiday. They already did Queen Nanny. Let me see. Hold on one second. I want to make sure I'm putting up the right one. Okay, he didn't schedule it yet. Hold on. Lord have mercy. And I know if I switch my screen, it's going to pause the live. Hold on, let me pause the live 1 second.
It's not Claudia Jones, what you put in the chat this morning. Claudia Jones, you put it in the chat
I
this
did?
morning.
Oh, the one
I
from
think.
Remember, we're on a new chat. We're on a new live because I accidentally closed down the other live.
No, our personal chat.
Oh, thank you. No, but I have to switch screens. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Ja. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yes, Ja, you're absolutely right. Claudia Jones is who we're going to be talking about, women and resistance. So we are going to be supporting Adesoji Speaks Knowledge tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. All right. And I think that story wraps up our stories for today. Yeah, that was our final story for today out of the Health and Science segment. We did it. We did it. I want to say thank you to our new subscribers over here on YouTube. We appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who supported us on YouTube, watched and engaged and held it down on the YouTube live. Of course, once we end the live, the show is automatically uploaded and available on our YouTube podcast. So you're able to catch up there, and we are going to be putting the YouTube link on the Coffee in Toe website. All right. So that will be there for you. So thank you again, YouTube family. We appreciate your support. We appreciate you for holding it down with us and believing in Coffee in Toe and our purpose. We are going to be back tomorrow morning. With you at 9:30 a.m. on YouTube. So whatever you do, please be good to yourselves, my YouTube fam. Spread the word, share. Don't forget to share and continue with the engagement. Leave comments for us. We want to hear your perspectives, your thoughts, and all the stories, news, articles that we covered today. All right. And we also have a new short uploaded. Leave your thoughts on that one with what Adam Stewart had to say as it relates to the Caribbean islands and what can be found in what island. All right. We want to hear your sentiments. And with that, we're going to go ahead and end the YouTube live stream. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.